Bagini Usha Raget Falcha and Shahin U, Egan Kogal, Kuntasiakta alumnus, Agriheg, Ulskol, Technoliacta, and Atlanti Ishlegak. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome here this morning to our Accounting Alumni Conference. It's great to see so many of you here in the audience with us today. My name is Grania McElwain, and I'm delighted to be your MC here today. A lot of you will know ATU have over 50 years experience of successfully educating students and preparing them for professional accounting careers. Today is a day of learning, as it's a continuous professional development event, but it's much more than that. We're welcome back former graduates of our accounting courses, and we're hearing their stories. Each of you have a story here in the audience. We're going to be hearing speakers later on. We're going to hear their stories and their experience from being here, what way that led for them and shaped the rest of their lives and the careers that they're doing here from now on. We're celebrating what you all have achieved, and as you've probably heard and met former retirees and former lecturers, they're also very proud of what you all have done. Just a few housekeeping rules, first of all. If I could ask everyone please to turn off their phone or put it on silent. If you have a call to make, please feel free to leave at any time, but it just would be appreciated if you could have your phone on silent. In the unlikely events of emergency, there's exit doors behind you there and to my right here. Please make your way out of the building as quickly as possible, but hopefully nothing like that is going to happen today. I'll be bringing you through lunch. We have vouchers. Everyone should have got their vouchers. I'll bring you through more of that nearer the time. And photographs. Who here in the room loves photographs? I love taking photographs. I know everybody here loves getting photographs. Get your photograph. If you've met former classmates, if you've former groups here, please take those photographs because we want to share them, and there'll be a photographer out towards the canteen. And again, I'll remind you nearer the time. So there's a few people I just would like to introduce, I think, that are with us. As you know, it's about building a community as well. This is why we're doing this. So it's building a community. We want to hear from our alumni, and we want you to please get in touch and feel free to help, and that we can help in any way. So I'm going to ask Sinead Fox-Hamilton, if she puts up her hand. She is the Relationship and Professional Development Manager for Chartered Accountants Ireland. So if you have any queries from an employer, prospective students, please get in touch with Sinead. She'll be out here. She'll be very happy to speak with you. Maurice Gannon. Mars here. So Love is Susan Shin. So Mars is Thrive Accounting Software, and they have a display outside here too. Again, any questions, Mars would love to help, so please get in touch with him as well. So as I said, we've also former staff in attendance, and I'll introduce them very quickly here. They're very welcome. So Michael Barrett, who's recently retired Head of Faculty of Business and Social Sciences. So where's Michael? You're very welcome, Michael. Phelim O'Rourke, retired former Head of Department of Business. Is Phelim here? He's on his way, possibly. And Michael Breslin, retired former lecturer in accounting and very involved, of course, with Sigrins and Cup. So Michael has his law of Suze as well. So please give him a warm round of applause. So today's about networking as well. We saw everybody out chatting, having the teas and coffees. There'll be lots of time throughout the day for more networking, and please do that. It's great to chat and great to meet up with everybody as well. So before we introduce our first speaker, Bawailan Falcha Cor, Ruth Uchtran of the ATU, Dr. Orla Flynn, to say a few words.
Agus Grania agus Báilm freisin fáilte speisialta choróibh go the campus Sligo in Ulskol Technoliacta on Atlantic. Very warm welcome on this beautiful Friday morning. I think the start of the summer outside. It's just wonderful to have heard the buzz outside and to have heard everybody chatting and reminiscing. I think it is a day for reminiscing, always a day to look back, but no better time to look forward as well. So hopefully you'll have plenty of that throughout the day. You know, today is a remarkable journey. It's a celebration of the journey. And I guess when I heard about the event, it was something I was really anxious to be here to say the few words of welcome to you. I know the audience is primarily our own alumni, and delighted that we have an alumni association now, and that Lauren outside hopefully will have given you a pin. And we're beginning, as you know, ATU celebrated its third birthday this week, following the merger of IT Sligo, Galway Mayo Institute of Technology and Letterkenny Institute of Technology, and then St. Angela's joined us as well. But we've celebrated our third birthday. So we've a formidable alumni community going back well, St. Angela's goes back a lot longer, but 50 years of the RTCs, and all of those people who came through our doors are part of our alumni community. And for us, it's really important to maintain the relationships with you. It's important for us to be rooted in our community. It's important for us to serve the needs of the people of the Northern and Western region and beyond, of course. And the best way that we can possibly do that is through you, and to acknowledge what you've gone on to do since graduating from us. So welcomes have been preferred there. So I'm not going to go back to the welcome, but maybe just a welcome to the 4 speakers. I think I've met the 4 of you now. 3 of you, I think, are our own alumni, and you've gone on to great heights. And I'm sorry I'm not going to be here to hear you speaking, but it's just phenomenal to have people of your caliber speaking to the group today. I want to probably recognise all of our own colleagues that were involved in the organising. Michael Shovlin, committee members of Chartered Accountants Ireland Northwest Society, members of the Connacht panel of the ACCA. I think Charles Larkin is coming later today, and I know Charles is the chair of TU Dublin. I won't be here to meet him, but just to pass on my regards to Charles when he comes. Obviously, the sponsors have been mentioned as well, and you always need sponsors and supporters. And I suppose one of the great things, maybe when I was in school, I did accounting in my Leaving Cert, and maybe the teaching that I had wasn't so inspiring. I went down a different route. But since I've come to ATU, there's been something about the accounting teams right across ATU that kind of make me regret not doing accounting. And some of the most creative people I think that we have in our organisation are our accounting staff and our accounting colleagues. And great to see Elizabeth and Declan and some of our own finance team here as well. I guess to think that we're 54 years of delivering a foundation course back in 1971, that's really just remarkable. 54 years, and to think that the people who were there in 1971, the impact that programme had on their lives. So I really want to just recognise Dermot Finan, who's here today, and I know Dermot going back many a year, former head of school, and the role that you would have played in establishing the accounting here in Sligo. Obviously, Michael Barrett has been mentioned. John Joe, can you put up your hand for me? I heard a lot about you, John Joe, and yes, I know we've met before, but there's been a lot of people talking about the impact that you've had back in the day.
Brilliant memories of the ATU, the ITU,
and the RTC back in the day. So, yeah. So look, it's brilliant that you're able to be here and to celebrate. I guess it's also, the very first graduation. When you think about nationally as a community, the whole national community of learners was smaller than the community that we have in just Sligo today. So that's amazing. So I think the first graduation was in the Shelburne Hotel in Dublin, and in 2 years later we had our own graduation here in Sligo. And then the links then that followed with the ACCA, and when you think of the global reach of those kind of bodies and the freedom of movement that it gave graduates to practice internationally. We've had lots of student successes down through the years. I'm not going to go into those, and I think that you can reflect on those a bit during the years, during the day. But just to shout out to our students who are currently involved in the Chartered Accountants Student Society: Caelan McGonigal, outgoing chair; Cara Gilligan, outgoing treasurer; Caelan Burns, newly elected treasurer; and Dara Connolly, chair of the Northwest Student Society. Because it's important to get students engaged in professional activity while they are actually still a student. And again, where we are now in ATU is we're at an interesting point in time. The mission that we've been given, and we've accepted it, has been to unite ourselves as one university to serve the needs of the region, the Northern and Western region. And that means bringing together all of our different communities and trying to get them to work together as one community and to act as one. So we're in the middle of an organisational structuring exercise. We had phase 1 of that last year. We've now started the recruitment of our senior leadership team, and the phase that we're in at the moment is looking at our faculties and looking at trying to structure our faculties. We are going to have a faculty of business, and I know there's a lot of work underway at the moment as to how do we structure that, and what schools will we be setting up within that. All I would say is that we have a mighty accounting community. in Donegal, in Sligo, in Mayo and in Galway, and I really hope that our accounting community is able to come together in some way and really deliver on the promise that we have as ATU. Currently here in Sligo we have the BA Honours in Accounting, 3-year honours degree. You know, there is big shortage of accounting graduates and high rates of employment in the programme. And the other thing that really impresses me about our colleagues in accounting and in business generally, right across ATU, but there's an annual Accounting Careers Day, there's a lot of work done with career guidance teachers, a lot of work done with employers in terms of summer placements and training, professional development modules, helping students with CVs, guest lecturers who come all the time, and all kinds of events held in collaboration with the professional bodies. So my thanks most sincerely to you, Caroline, and to Marie and to all the team in accounting here in Sligo. So that's it for me. Today is about reconnecting, celebrating achievements, maybe learning a few things during the day. I think there's CPD points, and I know that you learn a few things. You know, given the way the world is at the moment, I was just saying earlier on, you know, will there be global firms left at the end of the decade? It's hard to know what way the world will go, but I think we will always have a need for good accountants to keep us on the straight and narrow. So, Gurmagav, I hope you really enjoyed the day. I'll hand it back to our wonderful MC, Slack and
Gurmíl Maigad Orla at Shim. Okay, so we're going to have our first speaker now, and I'd like to invite Alan Flanagan, who is a partner in Deloitte Ireland. He's the partner lead for enterprise technology and performance. With over 20 years' experience specialising in the area of financial management and transformation, Alan is a member of the EMEA Finance Transformation Leadership Team. Prior to joining Deloitte in 1998, he worked in industry for Diageo plc in a variety of finance function roles across the group. Alan has successfully completed numerous finance projects, multinational corporations, Indigenous plc and large privates. He's passionate about purpose and supporting the next generation of leaders. He's also our first speaker here today, so give him a big warm round of applause.
Super. Mighty. Perfect. Thanks a million. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here this morning. And I'm minded, firstly, to thank Caroline, to thank John in front of me, to thank Gary for inviting me to speak this morning. Delighted to be here. And I'm also minded just to recognise some colleagues in the front row and to make a comment. I never sat in the front row of their lectures, but they're in the front row this morning. John Joe, pleasure to see you again. Fabulous lecture, helped me through the early part of my professional qualification. John taught me law in first year contract law, tort, etc. Thankfully, I haven't had to revert to too much of that in my professional career with my clients. We've always had a constructive professional relationship, but nice to see, and Michael as well taught me accounting. So it's great to see some of the former lecturers here this morning, and just to acknowledge you again and thank you for how you helped me in my career. So I'm going to present for about 20 minutes. I won't present in Irish. I'll keep it simple. But I'll present for about 20 minutes there or thereabouts. And I'm happy to take questions. Gráinne and I'll do a few questions at the end of the session. It's about 10:15. Gráinne, throw something at me if I'm speaking for more than 20 minutes, will you? I don't mind, something soft or whatever, but throw something at me. And it's great to see everybody here this morning. So I wanted to do three things. Firstly, just introduce a little bit about myself, my career, how my career evolved from my time in ATU. Secondly, I want to talk about the exponential CFO. And I am a management consultant, and there will be some consulting type language when I speak about the exponential CFO, but it's how we describe the role of the CFO in Deloitte. And hopefully there's something of interest for you in that session. And if there's not, I'm sure it'll be something of interest from our other speakers. So as long as you get something from today, that's the main thing. And the third thing I want to do, which is probably aimed more so at the students in the audience, is to share my insights and perspectives around a career in finance. And that's not something I had done until Caroline and Gary asked me to speak. And I actually enjoyed reflecting on that. So that's the third part of what I will do. But firstly, let me introduce myself a little bit more. So, Alan Flanagan. I grew up in Sligo. I'm very proud of my Sligo heritage. I think it is a hidden gem in Ireland, in the northwest of Ireland. And indeed, I'm very proud of ATU. And walking through the facility this morning, I don't know whether I came in the back, the middle, or the front, but it's very different, John Joe, from our times. I still see the canteen there where, and I see a library. I did spend an hour or two in the library, but thankfully there weren't clock in, clock out cards then, so nobody knew exactly how long I spent there. But I think the facility is fabulous, and it's great to come back and to see it. I was in ATU in the late 80s. I studied for 2 years in ATU, and it was really the foundation of my career to be. So back in the day, ATU had decided to facilitate really an undergraduate program for chartered management accountants, CIMA accountants, industry-based accountants, I would describe them. Although I've spent 30 years in professional services, but I'll explain that in a little while. And I was very attracted by that qualification. The fact that ATU had decided to offer it to graduates really meant I could study in Sligo. I lived in Ross's Point, that was my family home. And I had a great couple of years. I left ATU in 1990 and very quickly joined industry. Many folk who've studied professional accounting qualifications will understand a lot of the study is directly with the relevant institutes who hold the exams, and a lot of private tuition. So I went to Dublin, and I went to some of the accounting schools in Dublin to complete my studies. And in tandem, I worked in industry. I joined a business called Grand Metropolitan PLC that merged with Guinness to form Diageo. And I worked with that business, give or take, for about 8 years, 4 in Ireland, 4 in London. I returned to get married to Emma in 1998, returned to Ireland, and I joined Deloitte in a role of consulting. With Grand Met, we'd worked with a lot of consulting companies. We implemented SAP, we did shared services, balanced scorecard reporting, which John Joe had taught me about in accounting. We did all of these things, and I regarded them as highbrow and challenging, and I thought, okay, I'll pursue a career in consulting for 2 years. That was in 1998, and whatever, some 27 years later, I'm still with Deloitte. I was appointed a partner in 2005, so I've been a partner in the business for 20 years, and I really get my energy in the business now from supporting the next generation of talent, folk that are going through ATU and many other universities across Ireland and beyond, recruiting them as graduates, bringing them into our business, training them, ensuring that they attain the professional experience and expertise that they need to have successful careers. And that's what I find exceptionally rewarding. So it feels like my career has passed 35 odd years in the blink of an eye. And when you do something like this, and like President said, today is a little bit about reflecting. You do reflect a bit and you think to yourself, where did those 35 years go? I hope the next 35 don't go as quick. It sails by, and I'm sure many of us feel that way. So that's a little bit about me. I want to talk about the exponential CFO, a very deliberate term, and I'll explain exponential in a few moments. But before I talk about the exponential CFO, I want to set the context around the role of the CFO. And to do that, firstly, I want to talk about some macro dynamics that are shaping and influencing the role of the CFO. And Deloitte, like every other professional services firm, will survey CFOs on a global basis. We survey CFOs twice a year. And these results that I will share with you are results from a survey we completed in February. I think the themes will remain the same. The points of emphasis will differ, and I'll come to that in a moment. But there are 5 forces influencing the role of the CFO, 5 external forces influencing the role of the CFO. Technology, aging population, demographics, environment, ESG, sustainability, disclosures around environment, geopolitics, and capital markets, cost of capital. And those 5 forces have a profound impact on the role of the CFO and create an inflection point for transformation across many organizations. In some instances, it may be a focus around technology, automation, AI, that's the force driving and the catalyst for change. In others, it might be environment and ESG. In many businesses, particularly over the last 4 to 6 weeks, it is most certainly the geopolitical environment and everything in particular that has happened this week and the build-up to this week. And of course, the CFO's primacy around capital and influence on cost of capital. And cost of capital is increasing and has increased in the last 6 months. And the CFO's role in ensuring that businesses have sufficient capital to survive and thrive. So they are 5 forces. And I'll get these slides circulated. You can read the slides later. In our latest Deloitte CFO survey, you will see 75% of those surveyed are looking to adopt either AI, which is as of yet unproven in finance, or automate processes through robotic process automation and other such methods, and so on. I've made the point about the rising cost of capital. So just bear in mind, as we come to the exponential CFO, those 5 external forces: technology, demographics, environment, and the push on ESG and sustainability and the external reporting requirements around ESG, the geopolitical environment, tariffs, trade, cost of trade, and capital markets, cost of finance. So there are 5 factors that influence the shape of the role of CFO. And not all my slides are this busy, but to explain, they are the macro factors that shape the role of CFO. The micro factors, or the factors inside the organization, are also critically important to reflect and to factor into how a CFO and the function of finance goes about its business. And again, no more than the 5 macro factors. At Deloitte, we see 8 specific trends influencing the business of finance and how finance does its business. And just to speak about a few, I can remember, if I go back to the early 90s, finance cycles and month-end cycles. And I'm sure anybody who's worked in a corporate industry-based environment and has run month-ends, you'll be very familiar with the concept of workday Workday 1, Workday 2, Workday 3, Workday 4 reporting day. And very structured, defined cycles. Indeed, when we ran forecasting cycles, it would be latest forecast 1, latest forecast 2, latest forecast 3, all run at varying intervals during the year on a very structured, defined basis. One of the trends that has emerged is a lot more fluidity in finance cycles. The concept of continuous forecasting as opposed to a very specific, structured finance forecasting cycle. That concept of real-time forecasting, that's a particular trend. The concept of finance as a finance factory or an engine that owns all of the data within the enterprise, manages all of the data, ensures one source of truth for reporting, be it finance, ESG reporting, other data. And the importance of data to ensure robust analytics, analysis, insights, reporting. That's another trend. Self-service. I'll actually, Gráinne, left my phone behind you and I don't need it, but I didn't want it to beep or anything. But the concept of always on. People, you know, you don't need a reporting pack. I can remember when we went through those cycles, I'm working with many clients and you'd produce a month-end pack that might have 130 pages in it. It was bound and page 80 would fall out of the pack and would cause chaos, etc. It's all, reporting is all online and it's always there, and I'm sure some of our other speakers will talk about that later today. Real-time access to information. iPhones have changed our world. You can sit at home if you so wish at 9 o'clock at night. You can go in and look at debtor reporting, whatever type of reporting you want to do. But that's concept of self-service reporting. That's a big trend and has been for the last number of years in finance. And I think the focus on talent and the importance of having the right workforce in the right place is another key trend. And long gone is the day of the traditional chartered or management accountant who could run a financial close cycle. It is much more so about the technology, the engineering, the analytical, the maths skills along with the finance skills now. And certainly the workforce that we recruit from a Deloitte perspective and that we work with our clients to recruit is much more multidimensional. It's not our standard finance professional anymore. And being able to anticipate those needs and recruit ahead of the curve is really important. So there's some trends that shape the inside the finance organization, and coupled with the macro trends really are driving the role for the exponential CFO. Before I explain that, what's important today as opposed to the macro trends and the inside finance trends, 4 things clearly. Finance owns data and the importance of ensuring the integrity of data that's captured and reported. That's a critical role for finance. Any systems, projects that we support our clients with, challenges will be created through not the ability to implement the system. We can all implement the system. It's the data that supports the system. So really ensuring good data, clean data is critically important. A focus on automation, embracing technology, embracing the opportunity for automation, be it robotic process automation or going further into AI. That's a really important focus. Focus on capital. I've spoken about the cost of capital and the importance of cash and having a war chest to invest. and a focus on talent. And they're the sort of back to basics. They're the key things that we work with our clients on today in terms of helping them get ready for tomorrow. If I talk briefly about the role of the exponential CFO, you take the macro challenges and you take the inside finance challenges, and they are the big shifts that drive how the CFO operates in business and how the CFO creates value. And there is an enormous amount of pressure from within enterprise and from across the C-suite on the CFO to drive value creation, to drive operational efficiency, and to build the future organization in terms of talent and culture. And those forces create the exponential CFO. And if I share with you how we describe the role of the CFO, on one hand, it's as a business leader, being the strategist, the catalyst for change, driving change. And on the other hand, the functional leader. The functional leader responsibilities will be more so focused around a traditional set of steward and operator responsibilities. The business leadership role is the executive that's leading on change, driving on change, sponsoring transformation within the organization. And I think if you read the press, and even if you read recent press, you will see in many, many instances, circumstances where CFOs ultimately transition to the role of CEO and take the role of CEO. And there's some recent publicity about some of those situations. So I'll talk just ever so briefly, and I will get these slides circulated, and I'm happy to speak to anybody separately. Let me just talk ever so briefly about the two sets of responsibilities of the exponential CFO within the roles of business leader and functional leader. Many CFOs, and we've worked with many, many CFOs over the last 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, scenario planning around what ifs. How do we manage for the environment that might emerge on a global basis? What do we do if scenario A overplays scenario B? And the CFO owns the enterprise data, is at the heart of that, is at the heart of those discussions. Strategic cost transformation is always on the agenda, but more and more it is the CFO that drives those initiatives. And they are not all about cost. They are equally about value, efficiency, and effectiveness. But you will see in many, many situations across our clients where CFOs are working with supply chain executives, human capital executives to transform organizations, to deliver greater value in terms of agility, ability to do business, ability to respond to customer needs. So it's a much broader skill set and suite. And capital optimization. The CFO will always own capital in any enterprise and will be responsible for the cost of capital and ensuring that an enterprise can make correct investments at the right rate of return to deliver, if it's a public company, for its shareholders and investors. So the pressure in the CFO role is evolving very significantly from a business perspective. A lot more expectation on the CFO to be at the heart of the enterprise, driving change, driving speed, driving agility. On the functional side, it's more of what we would traditionally expect the role to be. So responsible for talent, but it is a different talent experience. Job architecture in finance is very different today than it was 15 years ago. The concept of data scientists, engineering capability, deep technology capability, half of the graduates we will recruit in our finance business team in Deloitte will come from an engineering perspective as opposed to a finance perspective. And that's the trend. And it's, again, that comes back to data, and data been all pervasive. But the CFO driving that talent experience, that culture experience. I talked a little bit earlier about self-service reporting and the challenges that drives for finance, but that concept of information on demand. And the CFO is the gatekeeper for data, is the gatekeeper for information, and will work very closely with CIOs and chief digital officers in terms of technology, cloud platforms, etc. And again, getting ahead and staying ahead in terms of machine-enabled learning. So the functional roles would always have been there, but how they're being applied is very different in terms of machine-enabled learning, robotics, AI. And that, again, drives huge stretch and challenge for the CFO. So that's how I just wanted to share some insight with you, and I think Gary will try to find a way to get these slides circulated. Very happy to everybody, and happy to speak on them afterwards. The last thing I wanted to speak about, I'll take 4 or 5 minutes on this, Grania, and probably more so for the folk at the early stages in their career in the audience. But my lessons from a 35-year career in finance. First thing is find a mentor. Everybody needs a mentor. It's critical to your professional growth and development. And it's important for independent perspective and challenge. And I've had probably 3 mentors in my career, and they've made a huge impact on me, on my career, on how I present myself and how I do my work, and how I engage. And they've given me fabulous guidance. And none of them are Irish. 2 of them are international Deloitte partners, and one of them was an early years colleague from my time in industry with Grand Met. And Gary knows I'm involved at the golf club, and I'm very focused on cash, and cash is king. And I can remember actually that chap calling me into his office after about 4 weeks, and he sat me down. And I worked with Grand Metropolitan. It was a high-end business, big brands, Häagen-Dazs ice cream, all those types of things, high-end premium brands. And he said to me, Alan, what's the most important asset we have in our business? And I knew it was an important moment, and I knew it was a question I either got right or wrong. And if I got right, I probably would have a future and a career with him. And if I got wrong, it would be a sort of a short discussion. And after, I didn't know whether to say factories or IP or, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, I said, there was a long pause, John. And I said, Kevin, it's cash. And I always remembered, he high-fived me and he said, you remember that for the rest of your career, cash is king. And I've never forgotten it, but he was a great mentor. The second is get outside your comfort zone. That's something I've spent my life doing. And feel comfortable to feel uncomfortable. And if you haven't been challenged on a day-to-day basis, you're not learning and you're not growing professionally. And it's really, really important that you do not live in your comfort zone. It depends what you want in your career. But if you want to stretch and go on and develop and evolve, you have to, and I think Olivia would see that as well, you have to get beyond your comfort zone. You have to do things that you feel uncomfortable doing, and you have to get to a point that you feel comfortable doing them. So feel comfortable being uncomfortable. That's the second lesson. The third is about balance. And the greatest, I talked a while ago about 35 years. And where has it gone? God knows. But we've 168 hours, Grania, in our week, and that's it. Like, none of us, not even the great man himself, Donald Trump, can create 169 hours. We have 168 hours in our week. And you have to be careful how you allocate that time. And that changes through your career. And when I was in the midpoint of my career, I'm sure like Olivia and other speakers, I worked 90 hours a week. And I had a wife, and have a wife, who who provided fabulous support to me and allowed me to work 90 hours a week and encouraged me to do so, because that's what was important at that moment in my career. I don't work 90 hours a week anymore. I don't work 60 hours a week. I absolutely try not to work that hard. But you have to balance your time, and you have to get to a point that you look after yourself, your mental wellness. And Irish people hate talking, particularly male Irish people hate talking about their mental health and their well-being. But you have to look after your mental health. You have to look after your well-being. And at the end of the day, when you get into your 50s, you can't work as hard as when you're in your 30s. That's just the simple reality of it. And you have to feel comfortable that you can balance your time and allocate your time the right way against the priorities that are important at that moment in your career. Belief. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody's going to believe in you. And that's not arrogance, that's resilience. And it's about belief and self-belief. And again, Gary knows we're big golfers, and I watched Rory McIlroy win a tournament with Shane Lowry last year. And he got up on stage afterwards and he sang a song, Don't Stop Believing. And I thought it was just fabulous. And, you know, that's what I would say to the younger folk. Don't stop believing in yourself, your career, your ability, your potential to succeed. And particularly if you go to ATU and you're in the northwest of Ireland and you come up against folk who've, you know, gone to UCD or wherever. Doesn't matter where you go, as far as I'm concerned. It's about your attitude and your belief. And I think this is probably the biggest for me. Never be afraid to work hard. I recruit hundreds of graduates each year. I don't spend a massive amount of time looking at their academic achievements, to be blunt and simple with you. I look at their attitude and how they engage in a discussion. And I have my little magic recruitment process, which I call the 3 E's. And I've used it for 25 years. And I've made a few bad recruiting decisions, but I've made a couple of hundred really good recruiting decisions. And I've brought through 5 of those folks to partners in our business that work with me. And I very simply look at the 3 E's. Energy, engagement, enthusiasm. Does somebody have energy? Do they bound into a room with positivity, smile on their face? Do I want to work with them? Or are they going to take energy from me? Because I don't want to work with people that are going to take energy from me. So energy is really, really important. Engagement. Are they going to be able to engage with me, with teams, with our clients? That's critically important. And do they want the job? And I've recruited people, and I've said to them halfway through the recruiting process, sorry, you're in the wrong interview. You're interviewing for the wrong role. You are not going to succeed in this role because you don't have the enthusiasm for the role. And it's simpler to do that at a recruiting point as opposed to a year down the line. But the individual has to work hard, and you have to put everything into what you do. Know your stakeholders. That's really important. You have to understand, particularly in a client relationship scenario, you have to understand your clients and your clients' behaviours. Do they like detail? Or do they want to make a decision and drive on? Are they innovators and pioneers? And if so, they'll be big blue sky thinkers? Or do they make decisions with teams and with people? Are they integrators? Are they really focused on people? And we have a tool, it's called business chemistry. It helps us to figure out within our own teams and with our clients, how do people make decisions? The speed at which they make decisions and how they make decisions. Do they make decisions by reference to data? Or do they make decisions with reference to people? And if it's with reference to people, it will take longer. And you have to understand that. And finally, my last lesson is about purpose. And I think purpose is at the heart of all that we do. We all have to have purpose to feel valued, to feel that we deliver value into the organisation, into the enterprise. And my purpose has always been to make an impact that matters. And believe it or not, I will drive home most evenings and I will ask myself, did I make an impact that matters? And that impact that matters can be for my clients, it can be for the people that I work with, that I lead, or indeed it can be on my society. Have I supported the greater need around me? But I believe purpose is critical to what we do. And if you don't have purpose, and if you're not focused on your purpose, it's very difficult to have the motivation you need to succeed in your career. It's very difficult to have that energy that I spoke about earlier. And you'll get restless. That point about resilience becomes harder. So they are my thoughts and my lessons from the 35 years I've spent in my career to date. Gráinne, that's it. I'm happy to take questions, sit down, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, so much. That was brilliant. Did anybody else get goosebumps listening to that last slide? All the things we should be doing, it was fantastic. Thank you so much. I just want to get a show of hands here, just employers. Who are employers in the room here? Mm-hmm. Who are students, prospective students? Yep. Okay, great. So just to get a sense of what we're doing here, so there was loads in that. One of the first things that struck me, I don't know about you, is that you didn't spend a lot of time in the library. So what actually did you get up to here in college, and what were your memories of the course? Well, I think, that you're allowed to share with us, first of all.
I think what I got up to is, let's say, we'll just pass. We won't get into the detail of it. Is this working?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. No, well, firstly, Gráinne, the one thing I knew what I wanted to do. I always wanted to be an accountant because it was the only thing I was good at. And I actually always had an acumen for finance and numbers. So I was very committed to being an accountant. And I did study hard at times, not exactly sure when, but I did study hard to be an accountant and to qualify as an accountant. But my memories are, I mean, the ATU is a fabulous facility. And I walked through it this morning and I had two things. One, I don't walk through it enough. I should be more proud of where I've come from, because I think it's, education, be it you put your hand up as an employer and as somebody who's going through education. Lifelong learning is what we're all about. And you can do that in a number of different ways, formally through attending, lectures, etc., or just acquiring knowledge in other ways. So, yeah.
One of the things I think that strikes us all as well is talent, and actually cultivating talent, recognising talent and supporting talent. When you look at all the people that you've worked with, is there any particular characteristics, I know you've talked about enthusiasm and energy, but are there any particular characteristics that set those people apart or that you look for?
Yeah, for me, I always try to simplify. And for me, it has served me well in my career. I genuinely, I look for engagement. It's like I said, Grania, to be perfectly honest. I look for energy because there are two types of people. There are people who give energy and there are people that take energy. And, generally speaking, I want to spend 80% of my time with people who give me energy. Not everybody's going to give me energy, but I do look for energy. And, you might say, how do I see energy? How do I feel energy? You can get it. It's chemistry. You can feel it in a discussion. Enthusiasm is just somebody who wants to learn, somebody who is present, who's engaged. And the engagement piece, particularly what we do, what Olivia does in client-serving organizations. We can't have professionals pitching up with a client, and they've been out the night before, they're home at 5 in.the morning, there's, they might be hungover, etc. That doesn't work in professional services. You need a work ethic that you're always out in front.
A really good friend of mine has this brilliant phrase, which I always quote. It's like, are you the type of person that lights up the room when you walk into it? Or are you the type of person that lights up the room when you leave? I love it. I think it's brilliant. So what type of person do you want to be? But everyone lights it up when they walk into this room here. We're going to open the Q&A here because obviously lots of experience here from Alan. So if anybody in the audience have any questions that they'd like to ask him, now's your chance. This time.
Thank you.
We have a microphone that we're going to throw around, but we might just start off slowly.
Thanks, Alan. That was really insightful and I enjoyed it a lot. And thanks for mentioning cash is king. The students will probably think I paid you to say that, but anyway, it's so important. Just want to ask you something about one of the things that unsettled me a little bit here in the college, and it hasn't happened too often, was 10 years ago at a staff conference when one of my colleagues made the audience aware of jobs and professions that were under threat from technology and AI, etc. And it probably drove me, it put a fire in my belly to get more involved, if you like. But 10 years on, thankfully, we've seen great demand, continued growth of the profession, and Deloitte have been a leader in that regard. How do you see that going in the next 10 years? Do you see, there are students here as well as graduates, do you see a bright future for them, or do you see the numbers declining?
Yeah. It's a great question, John, and I can't, no more than anybody else, predict the future. And clearly, AI will have a big impact across the business of finance and across all of our lives. We see it already. And I would be, am I optimistic? 100%. Do I believe that the next generation have a very valued role to play in enterprise in our society? 100%. Because we're not going to have autonomous businesses. We will always have people and relationships at the heart of enterprise. And that's what I would encourage everybody to focus on. It is the people and relationships that make enterprise work. AI can do things for us that we don't even know today, and will do things for us in 5 years' time that we don't have a clue today. But society survived before electricity. It went through electrification, and we will navigate our way through AI. And, my focus is always on people and relationship. And that's what I would encourage any student to focus on. And that piece about, understand relationships, know your stakeholders, know how to build relationships, know how to network. That's what I think is critically important.
Any other questions? I should have said as well, we have 5 goodie bags, so for the best question, you will leave today with a goodie bag. John, you're not allowed to get one, so. If you'd let us know your name actually as well, please.
Anne-Marie. Thank you very much. Very inspiring speech towards the end. I just have a question in relation to, just from your own experience, if you are a person that does have high energy and you have ideas and you're innovative and your barriers, your resistance to change, and how do you overcome that? Like, when eventually do you say, okay, I need to kind of maybe part with these stakeholders and go somewhere else where my energy and my ideas are welcomed, or do you stick at it because you have a purpose?
Again, I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer to the question, Anne-Marie. You know, I think, firstly, no matter where you are, value and respect are important. So if you're in an enterprise, do you feel valued? Do you feel respected? That's, I think, critically important. For many years, if Gary can circulate the slides, I refer to this thing, business chemistry. I'll show the slide. If somebody can just show the slide in the background, and I'm not going to present the slide, but it's the last slide in the pack. You know, if you're trying to achieve something in life and you're trying to work with people, I think you need to understand what the people you're working with want and how do they make decisions. And I certainly I always remember I worked with a colleague who was an out-and-out innovator. And every second day they'd come in to, super, fair play, thanks a million. Every second day they'd come into our work environment and they'd have a new idea. And I'd say to myself, for fuck's sake, give it a break. Like, you know, can we just keep doing what we're doing? And it was until I understood this model that I realized they were just completely different to me. I'm an accountant. I am a die-in-the-wool accountant. And accountants are guardians. They're risk-averse by and large, data-driven, make decisions with data. This chap was an integrator, an engineer, big ideas, etc. And I eventually understood where they were coming from, and they understood where I was coming from, and that I had a need for data. They'd a need to move forward and drive change. And we got to a place that we could work together, and we did great things. And actually became a very productive relationship. But, you know, it's back to what I said to John. I don't want to be singularly focused on my answer to every question, but it comes back to relationships and understanding. And some relationships will be fraught and will break down, and, you know, that's when it's time to move on.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Question over here. We can start throwing this around now after our tea break. Do you want to pass it back up? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Anne. Quick question. In relation to the Northwest, do you think there's a lot of untapped talent up here that hasn't kind of reached the East Coast as such? Like, I just find that, I suppose if you're a student coming out of the ATU here, the cost of living in Dublin is quite high. Now, I know you can do remote work and stuff, but as a trainee, really, I don't think remote work works from a mental perspective. Just wondering, like, do you feel that is a barrier?
I think at the end of the day, be it me and Deloitte or Olivia and KPMG or any other professional services firm, we survive on talent. And we survive on acquiring, developing, retaining top talent. And in today's world, it's less about where the talent comes from and more about the talent experience. What is important, and Em and I have kids in college, and what I would be acutely aware of, you have to be in a professional environment. And I use the word professional in its generic sense, enterprise environment. You cannot learn as a 20-something graduate sitting in your living room or your bedroom or your study. But organizations like Deloitte in Ireland cannot look to recruit and retain graduates solely based in Dublin, because we pay graduates whatever, but the cost of living is exorbitant, etc. So that's evolving, and there would be a huge amount of flexibility within our organisation now about how we recruit talent, where we recruit talent, but we would be focused on the talent experience, and particularly for graduates, ensuring that they have a good experience. And part of that is the physical need to be in a location, but not permanently full-time.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll just get the gentleman at the back first. I see his hand up first. And then we'll take final question.
Sorry, it's just it's kind of a follow-on from your question of being a guardian. What would you say was your best failure?
Yeah, I'm competitive. And if you're competitive, it's a little bit like Shane Lowry will say, Gary, nobody will ever remember who came third in the US Masters. Early on in my career, I misread a client situation where we had a large technology bid. I thought I had a fantastic relationship with the client. I actually wasn't listening to the client. And that was a spectacular failure for me. And it was a very big kick. And I can remember a conversation with the client where the client said to me, Alan, excusing is losing. And I've never forgotten that. So I'd sort of, without getting into the nitty-bitty detail of it, that's the way I'd answer the question.
And what did you learn from that failure?
I learned to listen and understand fundamentally what my client wants as opposed to what I think they want. And then you have to bring your professional expertise to guide what they might think they want to what they actually need. And it's an art, to be honest with you. And it's something that is acquired with experience.
Just this lady here, the final question. We'll break for tea. You can throw it. Name, sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, Helen Grady. I found it fascinating. It's very good to get an insight into the current CFO and CEO positions. One quote that you mentioned, finance own data, I thought was very interesting and very true. So just for graduates and for ourselves as lecturers here, how do we prepare our students for maybe new roles that are coming up now in that particular area?
Yeah.
Some graduates here already maybe have specialised in areas maybe such as tax and audit, but might want to get into that whole area of analytics. So
yeah.
What skills would you recommend?
I think
they need?
ensuring the curriculum is broad enough to give graduates a broad flavour of, there will always be highly regarded tax expertise and professionals, treasury, all of the core functions of finance, but the role is broadened, exponential CFO. That's why I use the word exponential. Certainly you go back 30 years ago, we wouldn't really have talked about, I can remember a term, systems accountant. And that's about as far as we got in the early 90s with technology. But I think ensuring there's a broad base in curriculums around technology, data, master data, understanding how critical it is to technology implementation, process efficiency. So I think it's about the breadth of curriculums and extending and giving students exposure appetite in areas that may be non-traditional. Like, I didn't think when I started my, I didn't think 15 years ago, when I was with Deloitte, to be perfectly honest, that I would recruit data scientists into my team. To be perfectly frank, I didn't know what a data scientist was. But that's a core skill in finance now. And everything moves forward. That's the thing, John, with AI and everything around us. We've two choices, really. We go back or we go forward. It's very, very hard to stay standing still, so embrace the future, embrace change, and just be open-minded and have breadth. It's a massive privilege, I think, as lecturers. You get to develop talent, watch talent grow and evolve, and so.
They mightn't have thought that at the time, though, when they were seeing you in the front row or the back row. Final question. 35 years, I mean, it's been a phenomenal career so far. Is there anything that you wish you had known earlier in your career?
No. I'm very happy to fail the way I failed, and very happy. I'm very happy to be where I am, Gráinne, and what gives me energy is being able to look out for the next generation. I'm very happy. I think I mentioned it to you a little while ago. My career is nothing to do with me anymore. The safety belts are long gone. It is about now how I help others succeed. And that's the role in partnership. I need to retire at a point in time, and I need to have folk with me, beside me, who can step into the role I have. So no, I've thoroughly enjoyed my career. I mean, if myself and John Joe in the late 80s would have been walking around the golf course in Ross's Point, if anybody had said to me I'd have the career I have, I would have I would have bitten both of their hands. I feel very privileged to be.
Sorry to cut across you. When I listened to it, I actually had a job in Deloitte for, I'm not sure, it was between 1976 and 1980. I kind of before I came back.
Amazing.
Came to college. So when you say Deloitte, because coming from a small office in Sligo, Deloitte that time, it was just a wonderful experience.
Yeah, and it's a fabulous organisation, John Joe. There's many Sligo folk who've been in Packcullen, who I'm sure you know, and many Sligo folk who've been there. Very proud of it. Very proud. Thanks a million, Gráinne. Great job.
Alan,
well done.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed it. Please give a warm round of applause to Alan Flanagan.
And Gráinne, just to say again to John, wonderful guy. Gary, thank you for inviting me. Caroline, great day and my pleasure. I can't stay all day, but I will try to make 7 o'clock this evening for a drink.
We're going to take a very short break for tea and coffee, so it's 11:10. If I could ask everyone to be back here for 25 past, we'll start at 25 past 11. Thank you.
Really good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there you go.
Now I feel like I'm going to be contradicting a lot of the things that you've said.
Well, that's
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to move on now to our second speaker. I know there was lots of networking, lots of chats, and we have to drag you away from that, but we do have some very exciting speakers that we want you to hear from, and we'd love to hear some questions from you as well. So let me introduce our second speaker, and this is Alex Falcon Huerta, who is founder and CEO of Soaring Foundation. She is a multi-award-winning business advisor, tech-savvy strategist, and UK setup expert. She specialises in helping software and creative companies expand into the UK, ensuring a seamless setup with the right financial, operational, and automation strategies. With an in-depth understanding of the complexities involved in establishing businesses in a new market, she offers tailored solutions that address the unique challenges faced by international companies. From navigating UK tax regulations and setting up banking systems to ensuring compliance and optimising financial processes, the guidance ensures a smooth transition into the UK business environment. So to hear more about the work that she does, please give a very warm welcome to Alex Falcon Huerta.
I think it was caught in my hair. Is that working? Hello? Hello? Hi. Cool. Hi, everybody. How are you? I just arrived from England yesterday, and I just wanted to say the first thing that happened is John over here picked me up from the airport and had to do some work and said, I need some Wi-Fi. And happened to take me to Murphy's. I don't know how that worked. Anyway, I enjoyed the pint of Guinness. So it was really a pleasure to be here with you all today. And I'm excited to present. I'm pretty much going against everything that Alan just said. So, so you know, I think I now know why I didn't join, you know, one of the big fours. So I just wanted to thank you all today for your time. I know it's taken time out of your schedules and your diaries, and it's the same like me being here today. I value your time. It's really precious to me. And so I really enjoy being here with you guys, and I'll have plenty of time after the session to chat to you. And if you have any questions as well, I don't know if we're running tight. I am going to be around if you have any questions. So what is digital nomad? A digital nomad worker who travels worldwide online. They use technology to stay connected and perform tasks. Lifestyle, ability, and work. Location choices based on and internet access. So it's location freedom. It's something that many of us want and don't know how to get there, or you do know how to get there, but you just don't want to for whatever reason. That's pretty much what I am, a digital nomad. So how many of you dreamed of traveling the world? Retired? How many of you feel stuck? Have holidays, have loads of home commitments, have all these excuses? I hear it time and time again. Even when I travel, I can't do this because of this. I want to do this, but I can't. It's about time, or you can, and you could do this at any point to create and carve your own life path, as what I have. Big believer in your own. Doors are open when you travel and you connect, and things just fall into place. I'm here today because I travelled somewhere, and somebody liked my last presentation, and they invited me to stand in front of you guys today. So if you want to connect, that's my WhatsApp and my social media. So you can use your phones to take a photo, and it will scan. You can connect onto my WhatsApp, send a message, ask me questions. Oh, sorry, I know, I'll just go back. I know a few of you were taking a picture. But I'll put that at the end as well. I'm Alex Falcon Huerta, and I'm a digital nomad. I started my journey doing young enterprise at school, So I was like 14, 15, and I did like entrepreneurial studies. I also did AAT, Association of Technology, Accounting, so technology in my mind, Association of Accounting Technicians, as well as business and finance. I set up my company actually in 2015, so I'm 10 years old today. So I've been celebrating that I'm probably going to be celebrating all year. It's just a really excuse to celebrate. I have an event in August, camping festival, if anybody's interested. So I've been known as Blazer, and some of the things I'm going to talk to you about include some of the AI technology that I've been using for the past 15 years, and people are just using it today. I've also a tiny little book. It was my COVID project. Unfortunately, my godmother was sick during COVID, and so I used my time while she was recovering she didn't, fortunately, but I used my time to just write a small little book, so the Secrets of Business for Young Entrepreneurs. And again, it's just like a little thing that I've just done, tick off my bucket list of things I do in life. So why digital? There's so many reasons why people want to be digital and they want to work. But a lot of the things for me is because I had these like big goals when I was younger, and I didn't realise, and I was strategizing. I basically wanted to travel the world. I wanted of doing it, and being in a job 9 to 5 wasn't going to do that for me. Being in a job.
The mic's cutting out for the live stream. I'm gonna give you the.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Sure. It's hard. I've got to hold something now. Multitask. So why digital? So it gives me the freedom to work from any time zone. I can then. I have a really good work-life balance. So during COVID, the second half, I lived in Bali, and I woke up in the morning. I did my routine. I did my meditation. I went to the gym. I went to the beach. I did like all these like crazy things. I went to the jungle, like I built a jungle house. I did amazing things. And then it got to like 4 or 5 o'clock. I actually did book out sunset, so 6 till 9. And then I used to get back to my villa and then do some work, because I don't actually need to do work full time, which is the whole point, work-life balance. So I have global clients. My work is really amazing, and I get to see culture on a daily basis. I've just come back from 3 months of in traveling around Indonesia. So running a remote business, basically, it can be challenging at times. I'm not going to say it's all amazing and it's brilliant. I do have challenges. But being remote actually allows me to build in and strengthen my process in my business. So I actually have about 10 consultants now, today, within my business. I don't employ people. It's just what I've chosen to do. When you run a business, you realize it's actually quite hard to manage people. I spent so much of my time doing HR, and it just wasn't for me. I'm a free spirit, and I just needed to be able to roam freely and do the things I needed to do and have people that knew exactly what they were doing on the tasks that they were given. So running a remote business, I'm able to work in co-working spaces around the world. So I am really strict with where I work, what I do, security and processes. I do work from cafes and from the beaches, yes I do, but when I've got important work to deliver, then it's really important for me to find those places that I can work from that are safe and secure. Not only that, time zones means that if I'm working from 7 till midnight, then there are normally hundreds of other people working the same time because they're from Europe, so especially in Indonesia. Or in Thailand, that they work in the same time zone as me. So I then connect with other people at the same time doing a really similar thing. So it allowed me to build and improve communications with my team, with the people I work with, and build in important tools so that when we do communicate, we then built in things, for example, if they were going to email me at 3 o'clock in the morning, which was my 3 o'clock in the morning, so I would then have notifications on, so I wouldn't get that until I woke up, for example. So it actually allowed me to strengthen a lot of the processes within my business. So it allowed me to build a lot of automation, bring in more apps and more technology. So I just wanted to move on to like some of the technology that I use within my business. Sorry, just bear with me. So, for example, you'll see now this slide used to have just apps, but I've now added on apps and AI. So products like Dialpad have had AI built in for quite some time. So whenever I used to have my meetings back in the early days, it used to transcribe my meetings. It used to, I use Zapier, which basically sends my telephone conversations into my system, and then it transcribes my meetings, and it turns it into tasks, and it turns it into action points. So those products are now available today tenfold. But 10 years ago, Dialpad was one of the earlier products that allowed me to do that. So again, I had to find tools that were available that I can use as a digital nomad around the world. So essentially, people also didn't really know where I was, because before COVID, using or being remote was what people frowned upon it. And in some places I travelled in secret. So Dialpad allowed me to have a localised number where people called me and I didn't have an overseas dial tone on my phone. So I did tell people afterwards, and they were like, oh, okay. So I have products on here like You Can Book Me. So they were online scheduling tool. So it allowed people to book times that were available on my calendar. So because I travelled different time zones, I had one link that was available to my clients, which was available to them anytime. So my responsibility to my clients was essentially, well, I'm traveling, that's my choice. So what do I have to make sure that I'm responsible and accountable for the work that I deliver. So that link allowed me to give it to my clients, and my clients then booked me whenever it suited them, not when it suited me. So I kept my diary open for those purposes. And then I had another link for people essentially who were, say, for example, from the UK, they would only be able to select the UK time zones. And so therefore I was in control of my diary, even though I had the available tech available to me and to them to be able to get hold of me. So just because I was traveling, I was still available, and I used WhatsApp from early days as well. Again, products that people frowned upon, 10 years ago, I was using them with my clients. So I have included on here ChatGPT, Claude AI, Fixer. So these are the products that allow me to run my business efficiently. I use bots as well. So bots do my bookkeeping. That's why I said I was going to be contradicting Alan, because he was saying it's not possible, but it actually is. So when I wake up in the morning, all the bookkeeping has been done because I've trained that bot to do all the things that I need it to do, and I'm training and teaching it every day more and more tasks, essentially, that we would normally do as a human. And so I'm not saying the jobs are going to disappear. I'm saying that all the boring stuff that you end up doing, you don't have to do anymore. And I end up doing all the cool stuff that I want to do as a business advisor. So again, lots of products here. Translucent is an amazing product. Essentially, it's for multi-entity. I look after clients from around the world. My first clients came from Australia and New Zealand, where I did my networking. So again, I'm really strict in my time. Whenever I go to the countries, I always make sure that I connect with conferences, with software providers. I'm tech focused, and I look after SaaS clients internationally. I help them launch into the UK. So using products like Translucent allows me to bring clients who have got multi-jurisdiction together. I'm a primary user of Xero. And so it allows me to connect all of my Xero clients, whether there's a group, etc., to do intercompany, to do R&D, to do deferred income recognition as a group. So there's amazing products to allow me to work really, really efficiently. So I'm not spending my time working constantly. I've got tools and technology in place that do most of the work for me. I'm not saying it does everything, but it does majority of the stuff. If I had to take this back 15, 20 years and I was doing all this stuff manually, there was no way I'd be able to be running my business today the way I run it, because I'll probably be working like 20 hours a day. So my client avatar. So I work in different countries and I travel to conferences, as I mentioned before. I have clients like Ignition and Camplify. I appreciate some of these aren't going to be familiar to you, but they're actually international clients where I've met them in different countries. And so a company like Camplify, they're now listed in Australia, but I helped them launch into the UK 10 years ago and then into Europe. So I work with accountants and advisors around Europe and internationally. So my network has to be great and it has to be huge. And it's basically me saying to people, you don't need to work for a large firm or you don't need to go to a large company to be able to do all the cool stuff and to grow internationally. I do those things and I do it by traveling the world at the same time. These are some of my cool pictures with my clients going to conferences all around the world, in Australia and New Zealand. And Rod over here, he is the founder of Xero. So we became friends 15 years ago. A really awesome story is that when I met Rod, the first thing he said to me was, right, I'm going to do a marketing video for you. I'm like, great, free marketing. So he did a video, and then I became Xero poster child like 15 years ago. It was amazing. And so you don't know what's going to happen, and you meet people along your journey, and it's putting yourself out there, like, again, what Alan was saying, outside of your comfort zone, and then pushing yourself to meet people who you don't know you're going to meet. If I was at home, these things would never have happened. So you can run your business successfully. These were added last minute yesterday because I showed John these next slides and he was like, oh, you haven't got your costs in there. And I tried my best to avoid talking about data and figures, but I said, okay, I'll add them in. So I'm really sorry. They're a little bit dated, but my next slides is just to show you what is possible. So this was, again, December 2023, and my business has changed dramatically since today. So I don't run a compliance business today. I've removed accountancy from my brand because I believe it's redundant, and I've become more of a business advisor. And so the figures now are just like, they were like massively changed. So this is just like an example of me running a digital business, people telling me it's not possible, people saying to me, basically, that, oh, you can't grow a business when you're traveling the world. I'm like, hey, whatever. And so this is just like 1 month's income. And so the main thing I wanted to highlight is my consultancy. My consultancy income is probably 90% today of my business. And so the compliance is 10% because it's pretty much overtaken by AI and by bots and by technology. And so, again, this is December 2023 income, and my income fluctuates every month. I'm not saying it's always like this. I'm saying sometimes it's bigger than that, but that's just 1 month. And so it's just giving you an example of what is possible. Just checking the time. Okay, so and these are the costs. These are the costs over the 4 months of the technology. Again, this is going back to, this is 2023. So my tech stack has changed significantly since then. But you can see the cost of technology. I don't run my chart of accounts, by the way, as what I was trained to do. I have it per supplier, and there's a reason why I do that. And it's so that I can run reports like this. Because, again, using the data, I need to understand where my business is going. And so I need to understand the technology and what technology is a cost of the business and what technology is actually supporting me administratively. And so this is like the basic of like Whisper Claim, for example. That's my R&D. So I specialize with tech, R&D. I don't outsource that work, but that's like some part of that is my consulting work. As you know, R&D can be quite heavy. And so that cost is more high because I then do a lot of R&D for my clients. So again, a really good example that you can run a business, you know, and travel the world at the same time. And people who have families, there are families that travel, and there's world schooling as well available, and loads of groups available. And I see families travel all the time. So you get to travel the world at the same time. So these are some of my epic pictures from over the last, I don't know, like 10 years, maybe. But I've been to, you know, I'm actually half Spanish, half Peruvian, by the way. So, like, for me, traveling was just like the norm. So we used to go to Spain, like, every summer. And then I've recently spent time in Peru as well to visit my family. But, you know, going to South Africa, doing a safari, these were all on my bucket list when I was growing up. And again, I didn't want to wait until I was retired. There's no way a company was going to allow me to have all this time off of work. But I work really differently. So when I spoke to John yesterday, he goes, oh, what time did you get up? I said, oh, like 6 o'clock. He's like, but I do that 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I got to the airport, you know, 3 hours ahead of time. And I will work in the lounge up until my flight is about to take off, pretty much. I'm running. So I would utilize all of my time. I probably do more like work traveling because then I want to be able to enjoy my time, enjoying all the culture around the world. Some more epic. These are just the recent ones. So I was in Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Bali, just over the Christmas period. I escaped the winter, hate the winter months. So I leave, I don't know, for maybe 6 months sometimes, depends on how I feel. And I come back because then I have work and like events in the UK, if I've got commitments. And then in my breaks while I'm in the UK, then I travel to Europe. So I just thought I'd add on some futuristic stuff. And again, it's something that when I spoke to John, he was like, yeah, do that. So I just wanted to add because I'm always talking about the future as well. So I have my journey, but I'm, again, always looking into ways how to improve and what's coming next. So I've added on here the metaverse and blockchain. So what is our future of accounting? And not just accounting, about work. So a little bit about blockchain. So I'm a huge believer that blockchain will take over. Because I work internationally, I see FX, currency fees, I see the huge amounts of costs that companies are wasting and going into FX. And it's one of those unknown, you have the realized gains and you're like, geez, they can't budget for things like that. So, you know, years ago, they used to trade cows, and then that turned to coins, and then cash, then checks came out. Obviously, checks are now becoming redundant, but not in the US. And then you've got blockchain. And so from cards, credit cards came out 50 years ago. I mean, or however long, you know, the technology hasn't changed since credit cards. Even Apple Pay is really dated technology. So I believe that blockchain technology, the banks are developing it today. Starbucks, a lot of the companies are actually using blockchain technology now because it's faster and more efficient, and essentially will allow us to transact. There's going to be, I think I read some stats, and I can't remember where from, but like, you know, there's going to be like, you know, 60,000, you know, digital nomads, and that figure is growing and growing and growing. So more people are going to work internationally, more people are going to create global companies. During COVID, a lot of my clients moved to to other countries as well, and so I see even on my social media my existing accounting peers, you know, setting up in Dubai, setting up in multi-jurisdiction. So, you know, the whole international trade is just going to continue to increase, and so people are going to find ways to reduce that cost when it comes to making payments overseas. And so for me, I feel that that's the way that the future is going. So let's talk about the meta. I don't know if people know about the AI and how much AI is doing for us. You know, it's become part of my day-to-day. But I also believe in, you know, the metaverse and has anyone got any like Ray-Ban glasses that they take the pictures. I don't know, probably not, that's fine. And so today, when you put those glasses on, essentially the glasses can read data. You can put contracts in front of you. You can look at information today, and you can see what that information, what that is, like what type of dog that is, what that contract is saying. So imagine, like in the future, or even today, when people wear those glasses and they've got a set of financials with them, and they have no idea what those financials mean. Things like the Ray-Ban and the Meta are educating people today and telling them what that information means. So AI, you can add your information straight into ChatGPT today, and it will give you a summary of that data. But when you have the Ray-Ban and Meta, the Meta will give you a visual of what that information means. So again, it's looking into the future. My niece, she loves going on her iPad and going into using, I can't think of the Minecraft. And she's been educated to use digital coin. She's been educated, and not just her, but like schools and like products that are coming out, they're using digital coin in today's world. So it's only, for me, I know a lot of people disbelieve in like crypto and digital coin, but I've been a huge believer in blockchain and using crypto assets for a long time. And for me, it's like the next thing that people are going to be doing. My hometown is also a small crypto city. We have quite, Peter McCormack actually bought a club using crypto, and we have the Winklevoss twins coming to Bedford next weekend, who invested 4.5 million in crypto into our little hometown, Real Bedford. So I wanted to demonstrate the work that we can do in the Meta. And I tried my hardest because I wanted to do this live to demonstrate to you that what is possible. But unfortunately, the technology was against me today. And so I'm just going to do a demo in YouTube, if that's okay. So this is me in my Meta world, kind of like Bali with my big screens. And this is me demonstrating that I've got 3 big screens, so I don't need 3 huge screens in front of me. I can just go into my Meta and I can create my world. I'm just making sure you can see, yeah. So that's me going into 0. I might just need to move it a little bit. Oh, there you go. So that's me. This is like a really simplified version of me going into the Meta world, into the metaverse. But the headsets now are so clunky. So this is my headset that I was using to do this work. And this is like the worst that you're ever going to see it. Like, it's really horrendous. But, you know, in time, that's going to improve. So I can do like basic things in the Meta, and I can be anywhere in the world. But the other really exciting thing is that you have like meetings, and you have I can meet you guys in an auditorium, for example. We can shake hands. Like, this technology is available today. So you could be meeting people across the world in the Meta, and you can chat to them. And who knows, maybe your next conference is going to be in the Meta. And you're going to be meeting people across the world. My next clients, I'm going to meet them in the Meta. I went into the Meta and I joined a game, and I met the founders of that application, and now we're on a WhatsApp chat together. So you just don't know the future, where you're going to be meeting people. But I was able to do, review stuff, do my profit and loss. Again, this is a basic of what the Meta could essentially look like. But it's like that the technologies are developing so fast. And so essentially, what was that movie called when they have all the screens? I can't even think right now. There you go. Yeah, there you go. And so, and that's like what you can do. They are performing surgery using VR. They are doing tests. The technology is so strong, and so in some areas, I even perform surgery in the Meta. So, I went in and I was a dentist, and I was checking this guy's temperature and everything. And I haven't got a clue. Can you imagine people who are unskilled putting the Meta on and they're doing all this crazy stuff? And so essentially, it's like there's so much available to us today, but it's not quite there yet. When I look at the apps online and I see on YouTube, for example, what's available, it will have like 1 or 2 months old. And this was me going back 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, I was using cloud technology and nobody was using it, or 15 years ago. Well, again, so this is me looking into the future and seeing how, oh, sorry, I don't know what this is. Like, oh, I know, this is me like checking out my handpan courses, because that's what I'm going to be doing on Sunday. So just going to go back to the slides. So for me, like, it's really exciting about where the future is, where it's going, and essentially, how it's going to evolve over time. So I guess my ending point is, like, what do you want from your business and from your personal life? So do you want to work all over the world, catch sunsets, have awesome adventures and experiences, and open your network to amazing people? So the choice is yours. It's never too late. Thank you very much.
Just take the microphone with you there, wow. Who's with me for heading to Bali? For the next 3 months, I think we'll just all start going now. I really, really enjoyed that. It was brilliant. I'm going to open it up. We're tight for time, so we won't take too many questions here. But Alex, as she said, is around. So if anyone has questions over lunch or anything, she'd be very happy to take them. You mentioned, it's kind of clear that you didn't want to be confined to boundaries that traditional work obviously kind of dictates. But what inspired you to set up this business?
So I guess everybody has their like crazy story, like when they were growing up. And my mum, unfortunately, she passed away. But she used to say to me, like, you've got so many opportunities. You've got your passport. So she was from Spain. My dad was from Peru, but she brought us up as a single parent. And so she used to say to us, oh, like, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want as long as you take action. And so I used to see airplanes like go over the sky when I was a kid and run out in the garden and go, hi, Dad, but I used to want to travel all the time. And when I started work, I realized I felt trapped, and I felt that, oh my gosh, like 20 days holiday, how am I going to do all the things I want to do? Because by the time you get there, you kind of just chill out and then you want to relax. And I just wanted to extend that time. I thought, I don't want to come back. I want to stay. Like every time people go on holiday, they think, oh, I've got to fly back. And I didn't want to do that. And so it was really important for me that as soon as the cloud technology became available, I was like, that's it. That's my ticket. Obviously on top of all the other stuff. But it was, I didn't want to wait until I was retired to live my best life.
That's brilliant to know that, because a lot of us are in that situation when we don't know that, and it's too late. As you say, your retirement age.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
I wish I had done that. Any questions? There must be loads of questions. Darren, yeah. I'd say I don't know where the microphone is, so just can you shout out there, yeah?
So how do you keep on top of all of the taxes for yourself personally in your income when you're traveling and working in different regions for set periods of time? And then secondly, how do you keep on top of all your visa requirements for these places as well?
Yeah, so if I'm going to essentially be somewhere for a long time, so when I was in Bali, I lived there during COVID, or the second half, and then ended up being there for 2 years. So I then paid for a visa and just made sure, I actually set up a company there to make sure that I was ticking all the boxes. So whenever I travel to a country, I always make sure that I'm following what the requirements are, because many, many people don't. But it was important for me to ensure that I'm staying on top of everything. When it comes to my taxes personally, I decided to keep, this sounds crazy to a lot of people, but you'll understand why in a sec, but I decided to essentially make sure that I was UK resident and I pay UK taxes. And the reason why is because while I'm traveling, I've got like multiple investments. So not just my company, but like I've got a bigger goal, but my goal was like to build up a portfolio of assets, of property. So I've got that target to about 2 million. And so that I've done that like within the last 5 years. So I think it's important that wherever you are, that you either, if you're going to live in another country, obviously you follow by their rules. But if you've got other personal goals, then it's really important, especially in your country, that you're sticking to the rules in that country.
Thanks, Darren. First name, sorry. You're lucky the microphone's back.
But of all the places you've
it.
been over the years, where's the best place in the world you'd like to actually live?
That's so hard. Everywhere is like wonderful for different reasons, but I guess like the main place for me was Bali. And I guess that became like my hub, and that's my go-to place. That's like my second home. And I think because during COVID, I actually flew over on the last day that people were allowed in. So in midnight, everything locked down, and I got stuck in Bali. And so it became, I made many friends there, and it became like a family kind of vibe. But also it's very spiritual, and so I'm actually a gong practitioner. I do meditation classes and I do other stuff on top of that, and I was talking like sound healing and things like that, and Bali just became that vibe for me where I can go and enjoy and learn from my guru over there. So I'd say Bali.
Right answer. Okay, we'll take final question before we move on to another speaker. Me too.
So I'm just curious about how do you ensure that you have, say, that balance in life, and that you're not focused on, say, clients' needs or chasing money, maybe you are motivated by money, but how do you ensure that you have that balance in life, that you want to go and travel and ensure you're doing the things that you love the most rather than expense of money? Like?
Yeah, so I guess you have to be smart in terms of what your decisions are and what's important to you. So it's not just an overnight journey. I've been doing this since I was 16, so 28 years. You can work out my age. So I've been doing this for a long time, and I basically strategized my life and my work. So I specifically worked in jobs for 2 years and left straight away. And I worked in different departments to essentially learn what I needed to learn and move on. And I didn't want to waste my time. And again, when employers looked at my CV, they thought it was really bad that I kept changing. But it's my life, you know. So I gave them what they needed for the time, and it was time to move on. But I was very, 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 very careful in terms of making sure that I built up all the stuff so I could build my business. And the point being is that knowing that I had like the income when I set up my company, that I had a regular income, and I built up the team and I built up the processes. So it allowed me that freedom. Once I had that freedom and I had the time, I then put the travel, I then trialed the traveling time and time again. But I will always prioritize my clients. So my clients, as I explained, are international. So if I need to travel to New Zealand, then, I'm getting the best of both worlds. So I combined my life and my travel and my business.
Yeah, it's a brilliant story, and well done on all that you've achieved, Alex. I think it's very clear that you are very clear on what your purpose is and what you want, which is really refreshing, and we've really enjoyed listening to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Alex will be here to talk and give you more answers, but please give her a warm round of applause. So let me introduce then our next panel speaker, and we're going to go for lunch after this, and I'll tell you about the voucher. So don't anyone rush and leave, or you mightn't get your lunch if I don't tell you what you have to do. So our next speaker is Gareth Morgan, and he's a builder, investor, advisor, and a student again. Let me tell you about him. He's an experienced global leader now channeling 3 decades of business and technology expertise towards transforming healthcare. As a board member, investor, and executive director at Spectrum Life, he pioneers innovations in mental health and primary care by integrating clinical insights with digital solutions. Passionate about leveraging data and technology to improve health outcomes, Gareth is currently pursuing a Master of Public Health in Epidemiology at University College Dublin, deepening his expertise in population health and evidence-based strategies. A particular focus of his work is in the use of digital twins, virtual representation of individuals, created and updated in real time with health data, to model, simulate, and predict health outcomes for more personalised care and improved population health. He'll tell you much better than I've done there about what he does, but please give a warm welcome to Gareth.
Thank you, Grania. Wonderful to be here. I look forward to drawing some threads between Alex and Alan and through to Olivia. And certainly, when you put a title like that up on the board, you're definitely opening yourself up for lots of questions. It sounds like clickbait. But we'll get into it. And before we do, just looking at the photograph, I don't know if anybody recognizes this person. This is the world record holder in the over 105 category, cyclist. This is Robert Marchand at 105, breaking the world hour record. Anybody want to hazard a guess how many kilometers he did? 24 kilometers at the age of 25. I mean, anybody, or 105, anybody who's been out for a cycle recently and done an hour, 24 kilometers is pretty good. At 105, it's very good. I think I certainly would take that as a result. So we're going to get into the lives of people like this and, how our own lives may be more like this in the future. I thought what we would do is 2 things. One, as part of a introduction to me, but also maybe a build-up to the topic. We just looked through my photo album since 1987 when I was here, and history doesn't repeat itself. I don't know if you could even replicate this career journey, or whether anybody would ever want to. But maybe there are some things in it that would resonate. Certainly decision points that I came to through my career that may be of interest to you. And then we'll get into the second topic, which is around health, and specifically on longevity. And we'll do it on a topic of getting to 100. And first of all, we'll look at some numbers. We're accountants, so we'll look at some numbers as to your probability of getting to 100. There may be some surprises there for you. And then things that you can do to increase your odds, or even ask yourself the question, whether you want to do that. And through it, we will hopefully have a look at some of the profound implications that there are going to be for each of us, those around us, and so also for society in general. So that's the journey. I have not timed this, so I have no idea how long it's going to take. I certainly can talk on the second topic 4 hours, as Beatrice knows. Keep me honest here on this. All right, going back to 1987, this was me in what was called Sligo RTC. At the time, I was what I looked like in the photograph, a very bushy-tailed, young, naive guy from Cavan, just out of boarding school, up in the big smoke of Sligo. It really was quite a shock to the system. I learned a lot here, changed a lot here, thanks in part to some of the folks in the front row, and had an amazing time. Just to give you how I changed, this is me in second year. I think it was a big change. I mean, I look like I've just come out of a tax exam, but I did a lot of growing up here, even in a couple of years. I think also most important for me is that I made lifelong friends here, some of whom are here today, some of whom I know are with us in spirit as well. And we will talk more about that. I went back to Cavan to practice in my little local accounting firm. Qualified there in 1994, had my fill of farmers' accounts, and decided that I wanted to do something different. I got really itchy feet, and I decided to go to what was a very exotic location at the time, New Zealand. Nobody had heard of it. My family thought they would never see me again. I mailed my CV out in the post to the accounting firms in New Zealand, and I arrived on their doorstep a couple of months later, and they were waiting and ready for me. And yeah, we'd love to have you. Wow, okay. So I got a job with what was called Ernst & Young at the time, EY, and in their audit department. Now, I really did not know what I was doing because I had just been doing farmers' accounts. Audit was foreign to me, but somehow I managed to make it through. And I think I quickly realized that audit probably wasn't for me. I really had a hankering to go work in their consulting division, but no matter how hard I pestered them, they wouldn't let me do that. But I was very lucky because I just arrived there at the time the internet was arriving. The first time I used the internet was in Ernst & Young's office in Wellington in New Zealand in 1995, and that opened up a whole world. What was also interesting in it is that they had an intranet at Ernst & Young. So I was able to go in and have a look at what was happening in other practices within the EY world around the world. And I found in their US practice, they had something called an entrepreneurial consulting division. I thought, wow, that sounds fantastic. And we don't have one of those in New Zealand. Why don't I try to convince the New Zealand practice to open one? And I did. And one of my clients was the New Zealand Rugby Football Union. And this is them in the 1995 World Cup when they got beaten. It was a huge day for New Zealand, but it was a huge day for New Zealand rugby because that was the beginning of the professional era. And I got a lot of work out of working with them, moving over to a professional era and getting folks like Jonah Luma on professional contracts. And I had a tremendous time. I got to the end of 1997 and I had a choice to make. My visa was just about to run out. There's loads of parallels here, Alex. My visa was about to run out. I had to make a decision. Was I going to stay there or was I going to come home? And again, it's one of those sliding doors moments where you make a choice for sure. And I look at the people who came down with me then and they're still there. And how life would have been very different for me. But I was a little homesick, to be honest. It was very far away. And somebody said to me, look, you really have to go back home to decide that you want to go on to somewhere else again. And that's what I did. I came back to London and worked there for a couple of years. But private life took over because my girlfriend at the time said, listen, if we're going to do this thing, we're going to get married. And if we're going to get married, you're going to come to Canada and show me the commitment that I need to see from you. And that's what I did. I moved to Canada, to a northern Canadian town, it's a mining town in the middle of nowhere. I had just come from London, England. It was a huge culture shock. It was minus 60 wind chill in the winter. So Alex, you're perfect for that. Minus 60. I worked there. And I worked there because the locals wanted to keep my wife. She was their local doctor. And they knew that I was a danger to them, that if they did not get me a job, she was going to leave. So they got me a job, and they got me a job in the local mine. This is where I worked, Kidd Creek mine in Timmins, Ontario. I actually had a great time, loved it. And indeed, could have stayed there. And again, our lives would have been very different. But I had a hankering to do something else, and I persuaded Jane that we would go and I would move down that we would move down together to do my MBA. And I did my MBA in 2000, 2002. Highly recommend it. A lot of what I learned here in this building was very applicable to that MBA. You realize that you have the language of business in accounting, and most of the people that I was in MBA with did not have that. So I had a huge advantage on them. And I did extremely well there. It was really a breakthrough moment for me. I ended up being their gold medalist, and they wrote an article about me. But they did not put me on the front cover. I'm the only gold medalist ever not to be on the front cover. But when you see the photo, and my hair, I can see why they did not think that I would be an attraction to the alumni. Certainly back in those days, that was not the thing. So very lucky, that was the break that I needed. And of course, it's a recruiting ground for the consulting firm. So I was going to get my dream of working in consulting. I got a number of consulting offers. I also got an offer to work in investment banking, which actually I considered taking with Goldman Sachs down in New York. It sounded very attractive, but I also liked just the numbers. I liked the modeling that was involved in it. And again, another one of those pivotal moments where you make a choice. And I chose to go work for one of the consulting firms, McKinsey in Canada. I hit the market just at the wrong time. It was the dot-com bubble. We had just had 9/11. The Canadian economy in particular was really in the tank. That first year was horrific for me. I remember Jane looking at me coming home every day and thinking, he's not going to make it through to the end of the year. I mean, it really was a brutal apprenticeship. But you know, what doesn't kill you makes you better. And I managed somehow to wind my way through. And I always found something that just kept me going. And it was worth it. But it was, you know, it really was a very tough time. And then 4 years in, 2005, I got a phone call from the McKinsey office in Dublin saying, hey, listen, would you be interested in coming back to Dublin and joining the practice here? And again, it was just one of those things that just injected energy in for me. And I went, wow, okay. So I persuaded Jane that we would go back for 1 year. That was the deal. We would come back for 1 year only. And 20 years later, we're still here. But that was it. And again, that was fantastic. A real energy boost for me. And I spent another 4 years there and ended up running the Dublin office for McKinsey, which was a real pleasure and privilege. But I woke up on my 40th birthday and thought, that's it, I'm done. Literally on this day, it was a very dramatic moment. And I show this photograph because, you know, maybe you can read too much into photographs, but I look at this photograph and I go, yes, I don't think I was happy. I certainly wasn't healthy. I definitely was burnt out. My kids look on in trepidation, I think. That's how I read that for them. And certainly for me, it was just one of those moments where I just went, I just have to make a change. And, you know, I went and talked to the team there and I said, that's it, I'm done. And they went, whoa, okay, hold on, that's very dramatic. Let's reconsider, etc. But I said, no, I'm very firm on this. I'm going to change. And they were very kind to me, even with that traumatic moment. But I was very lucky because I, at the time, just started talking to folks at a company called Google. Now, this is 2009. Google's a very different company in 2009. Tech's a very different world than it is today. But I joined Google in Dublin and I had 10 fantastic years there. Bizarrely, I did a lot of traveling because I had global teams, but it was travel that was very much at my behest. You know, I was traveling probably 2 weeks a month, but it just was much more manageable than what I had at McKinsey. And of course, I hit it just at the perfect time. It was interesting. People saying to me as I went in, I think you've missed peak Google. You know, they were 5 years post-IPO, and people thought, that's it. A lot of people didn't even know what they did. Certainly didn't know that ads were the business that ads was, and the gold mine that it turned out to be. And so, yeah, I ran a number of global sales and services teams. We operated in 190 countries. We had offices in most of those. I had teams in a lot of them. So I did get to see more or less every country that's on that list. It was fantastic. But again, just actually as I was hitting my 50th birthday, I thought, I just don't know that I want to do this anymore. And so I made another dramatic change. and decided that that was it. I was done. And Jane went, oh my goodness. Jane, my wife, went, oh my goodness, here we go again. I can't believe this. It's like just when I thought I had him. But obviously, I was very lucky because, as I say, I'd hit Google at the right time. I did very well, financially. I didn't need to work, so the pressure was off. And what I decided to do was, look, I'm really interested in building companies. Let me see if I can find some companies that would be interested in my help. And I was very lucky. I got introduced to a number of companies around the world. The top one there is a Canadian company. I think this is a nice way to think about the people that are around you when you were at school, is that you have an opportunity to work with. One of the folks that I did my MBA with, Sam, I always knew I was going to work with him. But it was 20 years before we found the right thing. And he said, hey, listen, I'm just about to become the CEO of this company. It's a startup, it's tiny. But it's got AI in the title. It's called Brainbox AI. Are you interested? And I said, well, look, loads of companies say they have AI in it. Let's really go and do some due diligence and check. And I found out that, yes, actually, they were a super team, had a great idea. They were building digital twins for buildings, so literally digital representations of buildings that would then allow them to run the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, so the HVAC, autonomously in those buildings and make great energy savings because of that. I did say to Sam, are you sure you really want to become an expert in HVAC? I mean, it doesn't sound that exciting, but we did it. It's been fantastic. I was their first external investor. We just sold the company to a big American OEM at Christmas. So it's been lovely to follow that journey through, from literally kitchen table through to sale to a public company. And then my main investment is the one we were mentioning there, and this is the reason why I'm passionate about health. One of the reasons is an Irish company, Super Founders. Again, I was their first external investor. It's been a fabulous journey over the last 5 to 6 years. They're now at 500 employees here in Ireland. They were the market leaders, or just about to be the market leaders in Ireland not that long after I joined. But I said, look, we can't be just world famous in Ireland. We are going to need to move beyond that. And so, moved into the UK, just opened a Middle Eastern office this year, an Australia office at the end of the year is coming up. And it's been super journey. All right, bring you right up to date then. I am back being a student at whatever age I am, in the classroom with 25-year-olds. Wow. Doing exams, like writing away, absolutely crazy. Handing in assignments. I'm due to have some in this weekend. I'm already behind. So yes, I'm in UCD doing a master's in public health, specifically in epidemiology. Is the data bit. It's obviously, got the numbers, etc. It's very exciting. I liked it so much. So it's a one-year program. I started in September. I liked it so much that I've signed up to do another master's next year. It's kind of at a different layer. It's AI and medicine. It's definitely going to be a more challenging thing for me because it's built for computer scientists who want to do biology, or biologists who want to get into the computational biology and computer science. I'm neither of those. So either I sit in the middle of them and it'll work out really well, or I'm off the pitch and on the bench and it's going to be horrific. But, the good news is that when you get to my age, or you get to this stage, it's less existential. You can take risks because, my family are not relying on this to work. I can pull the plug at any stage. So that's a very different feeling than it was when I was, say, here, or certainly even when I was doing my MBA. So that's it. That's the journey from here to there. I was afraid to look at the time. But let's move into the second bit. This is the more interesting bit. About your health. And let's put the numbers straight up there. This usually causes a surprise when people see this. This is your chance of getting to 100, depending on when you were born. All right? So the people who are dying now at 100, or getting to 100, that cohort of 1925, about a 1% chance. I saw this very clearly in my life. My mother-in-law, Helen, came to live with us last year in her mid-90s, and unfortunately died while she was with us. Didn't make it, but we did chat about this, what it was like to be 1 in 100. Like 99, your best friends, don't make it through. So it's a very different world. The folks that, as I say, in that cohort, what they have gone through. And as Helen highlighted, like, they were not focused on getting to 100. They never thought about it. Nobody talked to them about what might help on all of that. So keeping it personal, stepping through to the next cohort, which is 1945. This is my mum's cohort. About a 10% chance of getting to 100. There are 50% of that cohort still left. I see it in my family. My mum is still alive. My dad died 10 years ago this week. So 50% left. This is the best estimate of what it will be. It could be an underestimate, the way things are going. My mum certainly is much more conscious than Helen was in terms of her health and what's required. But obviously, the biggest things there that have changed is just public health. Vaccines, antibiotics, obviously improvement in healthcare in general, have really changed that trajectory. And remember, off this chart, before 1925, there's pretty much a 0 chance of getting to 100. For history of humanity, 250,000 years for Homo sapiens, millions of years for hominids, like very few, if any, made it to 100. So it's really only in the last 100 years that this has been a debate. But you can see it steps up again into my cohort. So I was born 1969, so folks born around that time, 1970, have an estimated 20% chance. I don't know how you feel about that. Those are in there. 90% of that cohort still left. I see it in our class here. So, would we be disappointed if we only got a 20% chance? Who knows? Next cohort is my kids' cohort. 30%, very conservative estimate. And then folks born today have got about a 50-50 chance. Now, these are the best estimates that we've got. These would not be the most radical estimates, but these are kind of the best estimates where we're at. I think the big takeaway from this is you've probably got a bigger chance of getting to 100 than you think. And certainly the world is going to look very differently as these cohorts move through and age. Just because this comes up as a question for folks, where you sit on the spectrum of just how long we will live for, there are people in Silicon Valley in particular who say, look, it's immortality, it's infinite life. That is tough to think about. But they've given it names like longevity, escape velocity, etc. Tough to believe that we would even want that. Good conversation over drinks as to whether you would want to live forever or whether companies should live forever. But then, obviously, on the other end of this spectrum, you see people saying, hey, listen, we've peaked. This is about as long as we're going to live. And they will point to things like the obesity epidemic, opioid epidemic in the US, for example, COVID, a fall in life expectancy there at that time, as reasons why we may have peaked. I think the answer is somewhere in between those, and obviously there's a long way between 0 and infinity. I think the answer is probably even less than, some people are saying, hey, listen, the first person to live to 1,000 has already been born. That's probably a non-zero chance that has happened, but it's still pretty aggressive. But we'll chat a bit more and you can decide yourself both where you think it will be and where you would like to be. And one of the takeaways I'd like for you to have on this one is that ideally, this becomes more of a choice for people as to how long they want to live. All right, one more set of numbers. Again, conscious just before lunchtime, but we are all accountants. So let's have a look at very profound numbers. These are real numbers as of today. So this is not projections for the future. This is real numbers as of today. The first column is your age group, so the decade in which your age is. So folks between 0 and 9, etc. And then the other one is the annual probability that you will die in that age group. All right? So it does take a moment to kind of calibrate your head to that one. But let's just take it from the bottom. So one of the big profound public health changes in the world over the last 100 years is that actually in your first decade, so between 0 and 9, there's actually quite a small chance of dying. 0.05% each year chance of dying. Now, obviously, that was hugely different, even when I was born. So the most common year to die when I was born was the first year. I mean, infant mortality, even in the 60s, was, the number one reason for dying. And then, obviously, it works down. If you look at the age group I'm about to move into, is 60. Got a 1% chance every year of dying. Sometimes I feel like that, but again, interesting just to think about it. Is that higher than you would have thought or lower than you would have thought? And then obviously as you go down through the numbers, you see that it gets high. When Helen was there, I very much could feel that 22% chance of her dying within 12 months. And then it goes up again in that age group of 100 to 105, a 40% chance each year that you will die. Again, folks who know people in that category will know that that very much is how it feels. What we don't know is what happens after 105, because the sample size is so small there. The folks in that group worldwide, there are less folks in that group than there are billionaires in the world. But this is the fastest growing age group in the world, the over 105s. And so we're going to see a lot more of those folks. And what people predict or have theorized is that actually mortality flattens out at that age. Now, there's a load of confounding things going on there, but we really don't know what happens past 105. Does anybody know who the oldest person ever to have lived recorded? No? A French woman, 122. Interestingly, she died in 1997. We haven't had anybody get anywhere close to 122 since then. But it really, as you can see from the numbers, it is just because we haven't had the numbers of people getting through that. But inevitably, that will get pushed and probably beaten quite quickly. All right, has everybody kind of digested those numbers before we think about the implications of them? All right, first implication is you can see a very strong pattern, which is that the numbers pretty much double each year. Each decade. Your chance of dying doubles every decade. You see that doesn't quite work for the first category, so infant mortality is still a thing. But all the way through there, you can see, from up to 1%, 2%, and then something happens in our 80s. Again, we're not quite sure why it accelerates, and similarly in our 90s. So there's something going on there. So that's a big deal, and you can see why people are very focused on this. The second implication is that really, if we're going to increase life expectancy, it's the bottom part of the table that we're going to have to work on. Most of the work has been done in the top part. So just to give you an example of that, kids born today have a 95% chance of getting to 60. So if you're thinking about increasing life expectancy, it's going to be in that second part. And really, what's most likely to kill us is age. It's the aging process. Age is the number one risk factor for pretty much everything, quite incredibly. And we don't quite understand enough about it, and that's why there's a big push to declare it a disease and really go tackle it. Whether we call it a disease or not, I think what you will find is there will be a lot of focus on aging. especially as we get older, and think about what we can do to change this. So there you go. For those who are trying to work out what might be possible, there is some maths you can do. Here's the first bit of maths, which is if we were able to just flatten the mortality curve at the age of 65, what would our life expectancy be? And it is literally just math. 1% chance of dying. It doesn't mean that people stop dying, but they die at that level of 1, and therefore the average life expectancy would be 165. If we were just able to flatten it and essentially all have the health of 65-year-olds as we aged, that is what the world would look like, 165. You know, it's easy. Excel spreadsheet makes it sound very easy. You can certainly do that and look at it and go, yeah, okay, that's very doable. When you hear people talking about living beyond 1,000, this is essentially what they're saying, which is if you were able to flatten that curve at 30, so keep the health that we have in our 30s, this is what the math would say. You would be living up to almost 1,500 years. Seems quite crazy. And that's without regeneration. This is just flattening the curve. This is not us going back to having the cells of what we had when we were 0. And, you know, biology has loads of mechanisms to go sort that out. We just don't understand how it does it yet. But obviously a ton of focus on this area. Okay, that is the last of the numbers. Anybody who wants to read more about the numbers and the implication for society, this is the book I would recommend. An English academic, super guy, really, there's obviously really profound implications for us as society. Pretty much everything is going to change in terms of, you know, your pensions, finance in general, obviously healthcare more broadly, but even the way that we think about education. I think we will move out of this phase that we, you know, educate ourselves till we're 25 and then we work till we're 55 and then we retire. I don't think that's how the world is going to work in the future. And so this is one of 2 recommendations. I have a great book. And here's the big reveal in terms of what are the chances of increasing your odds. Before I do the big reveal, I have a couple of caveats to say. None of this is medical advice. Do not, if you're going to make any change to your life, go consult a GP. My wife, who is a GP here in Ireland, was very keen to make sure that I highlight that, but also to highlight that there are a few things that are not up here that she would talk to you about if you came to her and they were relevant for you. So giving up smoking, if you have substance addiction, for example, if you obviously have a specific medical condition, you know, those are things that need to get tackled separately. But this is just general advice on things that you can do. And yeah, big reveal. So the thing that is the closest to a magic pill that we have is exercise. I can see half the people going, yeah, nailed it. Half the people going, oh God, I thought it was going to be a pill. But yes, this is the number one thing. No controversy about that. Most easily modifiable. You've obviously heard loads about it. I think the new things that you may see a lot of is there's obviously a focus on your what we would traditionally call fitness, your cardiac, your aerobic capacity, as measured by VO2 max, for example. But there's an increasing focus on strength and building up muscle mass. And I think as we get older, this is going to become more important. It's just a natural decline in your muscle mass as you age, and it is hugely protective, not just to help you stop from falling, but just being able to live life in general. VO2 max, which is to say is your measurement of your aerobic capacity, is the #1 biggest predictor of longevity. The #2 is grip strength, which is a proxy for your overall muscle mass. So that is how strong those are. The second thing is important, but a lot more controversial. Important because, yes, you cannot outrun a bad diet, for sure. Lots that can be done there. More controversial because we really don't understand as a community, as a scientific community in particular, around what is it that really matters. And obviously it's a much more emotional category. Food is very emotional for us, and we've somehow find ourselves getting into fights about should you eat plant protein or meat protein. I think the things to take away from it are protein is more important than we thought. So you will see a real focus on that. The quality of your food is as important as the quantity of that food. And so that's why you're seeing a real push on things like ultra-processed foods. But there's just a lot that's going to be learned on this one here. I think we will end up with much more personalized diets, and the technology is moving that direction. But obviously, as I say, a really important area. And then the third big pillar is the one that probably we've had the biggest cultural change on, is sleep. When I was working at McKinsey, it was the hero thing to do to stay up all night, work your ass off. In fact, we used to say it to customers, like, this is an amazing piece of work, the team stayed up all night to do it. Crazy. I don't hear that anymore, even in the consulting industry. And yeah, because we realize that, if you're operating without sleep, lots of things get affected, including the previous two. It is harder to eat well if you're not sleeping well, and it's harder to exercise if you're not sleeping well. So the real focus on sleep and rest more generally, and mindfulness and meditation as part of that. It's probably one of the harder ones to go tackle. It's a little bit like golf. Like you go to bed, you wake up, you can't understand why you had a bad night. You go to bed, you wake up, you just, life's amazing. It is hard to optimize, but for sure there are hygiene things that you can do, and there are hacks that you can have to improve life. All right, the other thing I would say to people, this is actually a piece of advice I would have, particularly as you get older, is have a project. Have a project, and I use that word very specifically. I don't use the other word, which is purpose, although they're obviously very linked. Purpose can be a little intimidating, I find, for some people. Sometimes purpose kind of comes in hindsight. You kind of have done a whole bunch of projects. But I pick project. Now, a project can be anything. Your kids can be a project, as I know very well. Work, obviously, can be a project. I would define project as something with a goal. Now, that doesn't have to be an achievement. It's just a goal. That goal can be, hey, listen, I just want to continue doing this. It's more than just, I'm busy. It's actually something that gets you up in the morning and that you're motivated to do, and that gives you some purpose if you want to link it through to that. Often what happens is you do a bunch of projects and then you realize, oh, that's a purpose, and that purpose then drives more projects, and vice versa. But again, I think we'll see a real focus on this, particularly in later life. Again, spending time with older people, I see this very, very much the case. And then the final one I would point to is kind of, you put a roof over the building here, I would talk to community. And again, I use the word very specifically because community can be your friends, your family, of course, but your broader community, the people that you spend time with. And the quality of those relationships are really important. You are, in a lot of ways, the product of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And how good those relationships are, a huge impact on you. Linking the last 2 things, I would say that we're at our best when our projects are things that are for other people and are with other people. And so I think that's maybe a nice way to think about it. Okay, that's it. No pills on that one. Here's the book I would read. Second recommendation, if you're looking to specifically get into what can you do on the things we've just talked about there. This is a Canadian physician, Peter Attia was at McKinsey with me. Won't hold that against them. But very fact-based, very evidence-based. I've read pretty much all of the longevity books, and this is head and shoulders the best. It, as I say, talks about the last things we just mentioned, but he does two really interesting things. One is he gets you to sit down and think about what do you want to be able to do at 100, what he calls his centenarian Olympics, and write down what that is. And so that could be, hey, I want to be able to lift my luggage case into the rack on the plane. Or it can be, hey, I want to be able to walk up 2 flights of stairs with groceries. Or it may be, I just want to be able to do the Irish Times crossword. Write those things down and then backcast from 100 to where you need to be today to be able to do those things. Because we know what the slope is going to look like. And yes, technology may make the slope a little less steep, but really, if you are going to be lifting up your grandkids or your great-grandkids at 100, you pretty much know what that will take, but you also know what it needs to be today. And it's a little bit like saving for your pension. You can start at any time, but the earlier you start, the better the outcomes will be. So that's Peter, and super book, yeah, super read. Okay, this is a personal plug, because this is what I'm focused on, to think about the future, is building digital twins of each of us. Digital twin is literally a digital representation of you and your health. And again, it's the idea, we talked about there building digital twins for buildings. Now, buildings are a lot less complicated than we are, but there's still a load of complexity in that. You know, what's the weather? What's the occupancy? What's the machinery that's in it? You know, modeling all of that allows you to do a lot of predictions. And we can do this today with the technology that we have. And here's the kind of things that we are putting into those digital twins. Obviously, our health record, and it's quite crazy. We'll look back and think, I can't believe my health record wasn't available to me. My health record is all over the place, in warehouses in Dunshaughlin, in places in Canada, places in Canada I just can't even access. We'll find that really bizarre that we didn't have access to it. Looks like the graphics are a little messed up, but obviously the next one then is you can do your genetic profile, a complete genetic profile. In there, I've just done mine, the complete one. You can obviously get the fractional one with the likes of 23andMe, but you can now get a complete one for about €500, which is still an investment, but increasingly possible. And then into the broader biology of it, in terms of what do your proteins do. Again, we're going to get loads of data on this. There are already virtual hearts, there's team building a virtual cell, all of which will help power this. Obviously, we all have wearables and potential for remote monitoring. All of that is data that's currently siloed today. We're not really using it. And then one of the things that I think is going to be most important on this one is that your digital twin will be able to talk to you, and you will be able to talk to it, like you do ChatGPT. You can do it today on text, but you are going to be able to talk to it, literally talk to it. And it will be able to ask you your preferences, particularly your health preferences. I think particularly your health preferences around end of life. Super important questions to ask yourself, like, do you want to be resuscitated? Do you want to be tube fed? Loads of questions that are tough questions for, like, I'm trying to have these conversations with my mum. Tough questions to talk about. But, I think we will find it easier in some ways to have conversations like that with our digital twin, which will be, as I say, more of a coach on that. And obviously, check-ins and surveys. And all of this input will allow us to do a lot of great things. One of them is work out, where are we going? Well, not only, obviously, we know what our chronological age is, but what is our biological age? And we can get a good sense of that from this data. And we can do, obviously, great risk assessments. You know what you're most likely to die from, and hopefully that will help us change behavior. and doing forward predictions. And I think something that's really important, which is each one of us will have a next best action. So this is a recommendation for you based on who you are and where you're at. Not just, hey, everybody should exercise or whatever, but based on who you are and what your status is, what is the next best thing that you can do for your health? And obviously then that will let us also build simulations, and you can play things forward, both at a individual level and increasingly importantly on a population level. So there you go. That is the life that I've had since I left here in 1987. And yeah, hopefully there were some things in there that were of interest. Grania?
Yes, wow. Thank you, Gareth. I'm just looking at the digital twin. Has anyone ever seen the film Hero? No? It is a brilliant, I have 3 kids. It's amazing. It's just like this gorgeous kind of teddy, but he basically is like that, where he comes, what can I do for you? We're probably going that direction as well. Like, it's amazing. That's what when you talked about the digital twin, I just thought of Hero. He's this really cuddly toy. Have you seen Hero? No? None of you have seen Hero, no. Anyone who has young kids would have seen Hero. It's a brilliant, brilliant film. And it's like that, where he will just diagnose your needs and your health care, and will ask those questions, and he knows everything about you, and it's programmed to help healthcare. So that's the way we're going.
You know, the first time that happens to you, when you realize, like, go ask ChatGPT, for example, what it thinks of you. Literally, my wife did that at the weekend. She was shocked.
What did it say?
Well, actually, so incredibly well informed, because of course it has the memory of all of its interactions with you, but really profoundly agenda-free. I think that was probably the thing she found most interesting on it. You know, we all have biases that we project onto other people when we think about. But ChatGPT is very much in your corner and agenda-free. And when you do things like that, you realize, what, these are going to be really strong coaches, counselors, companions for us in the future. I think it's going to take us a little bit of time to get used to it. It's going to get time. You know, we talked about, you know, you are a product of the 5 people that you are spend the most time with. One of those people is going to be a virtual person. And it's going to have, as I say, profound implications for each of us and for our lives. Now, our kids are much more attuned to that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be stretching it for time, so I'm going to open it straight away to the audience. Has anybody questions for Gareth? There's a lot there. It's brilliant.
I train under 14 girls, and I also know, like, around their cycles and stuff, like, nothing is ever matched. Do you think that twin, like, will be beneficial when it comes to, I suppose, females, specifically, and young girls and cycles and...
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, there's no studies out there.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? My kids are in their 20s and have just started tracking their cycles and saying, wow, this is just amazing how I just didn't realize my mood is just very different. And you kind of think, wow, how did I let them get through to the mid-20s without realizing that?
I try to get our girls to do it now. But I just think as well, there's no, like, I also think that, like, from doctors' perspectives, they should be taking, I think, like, samples of, like, hormones, I think, from a young age all the way up, so that when they do come to a certain level, and if there's anything askew, that we have those reports. But I'm wondering if they do, would that all tie into your...
Yeah, I think too, you know, one thing is we're going to realize is that, look, again, my wife's a GP, so I can say this. You know, it's very unfortunate that doctors really, you know, they have 15 minutes with you, maybe once every 3 months. If you're sick, maybe it's once every 6 weeks. But in some cases, you know, you go to the doctor once or twice a year. And so they have very little ability to look into your life. And they are reacting to the immediate thing that you're coming to them with. But we assume that they are, at the same time, they are there to help us. And I think what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to help physicians by having things like your digital twin, monitoring all of this stuff. Just to build on that, it is, you know, I think AI will have a profound impact on healthcare and life sciences more broadly. It's probably one of the few places where there's really true upside, because the challenge we have in healthcare at the moment is a capacity issue. We are 4 million clinicians short globally at the moment. There's no way that we can train that many doctors, nurses, other healthcare professionals. So technology really has to come and save the day. And that's before these impacts that we talked about here, where we get aging and the extra care that's required from that. So yeah, it's going to change healthcare. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of back and excited about it, because I want tech to really make a difference. All the folks in my class are sick and tired of me talking about tech, but I see it in them that they are actually opening up much more. Places like public health have traditionally not been at the forefront of tech, but I think they see the real impact that this can have.
Why was it important to you to go back into education?
I don't know. To be honest, I do like learning. I did well here. I did well in my MBA, so I do enjoy learning environments. I think part of it also was, gee whiz, what am I going to do if I do make it to 100? Like, what am I going to do for the next 50 years? I think some of it is also, I'd like to think it was a little altruistic in that, I see an amazing opportunity for tech to help on healthcare. And I do think I have some skills that could be of benefit there.
Any other questions? Any final questions? There's two more here. Well, two questions. I was just up at the top. Did you give your name, please, as well?
Sure. Hi there. How's it going? Michael here. Michael Green. Just interested to know, like you were saying, technology is going to be revolutionising healthcare for healthcare. What kind of barriers do you see in regards to the health system and hospitals and doctors engaging with the technology?
I mean, it's a long list. I think traditionally, healthcare has been behind others, like at least 10 years behind. I think that actually may narrow that gap, because I think what you're seeing is people realize tech has to help because there's nothing else that can help. But there's a real openness. Again, my wife has started using an AI scribe in her practice, and like it's the first piece of tech where she's going, oh my God, this really makes my life better. She's saving an hour a day on notes. It's reducing her cognitive load by maybe up to 50%. Like I have a new wife, essentially, because of this technology. But look, there's the obvious things around privacy, for sure. Like all of this needs data, and that data is very personal to us. I'd like to think that we are a lot more open to share our data than maybe some say that we are, because I think what we'll see is there's going to be huge benefits to us of giving our digital twin the kind of information that will help us make the kind of decisions that we know we need to go make. But yeah, it's a long list. I would like to think that healthcare, as I say, will be a little more on the front foot in this new technological age than it has in the past.
Okay, final question.
Michael as well. Thank you. Quick one. Probably falling birth rates, people living longer. Will there be more people not in work, in work? If you look at the apps for meeting people now, you've probably a paradox of choice. There's a good book around that. If you have all this extra data on trying to find a unicorn partner for you in that age, less babies potentially born, more people living longer, what's that going to mean for the economy or for the actual world as we know it?
Yeah, it's a great point. There are three big forces. AI, of course, is going to change, the most incredible technology that we've ever encountered, for sure. Continues to blow me away. What we just looked at there in terms of longevity, that is going to change the world. But yes, we're going to have that at a time where birth rates are falling. In fact, most countries are going to be below replacement rate. So we are actually going to move into a period where, I think we probably won't even hit 10 billion in terms of people. It looks like we're going to peak at about 9 billion, and then we're going to decline quite fast. It is going to be quite traumatic. And there's loads of reasons for that. Some others, some good, some not so good. Could I imagine a world where there are only 3 billion people? Yeah, I could. for sure. There's, you know, and that's without any kind of existential event. So, you know, is it written in stone that it has to be 8 billion or 9 billion? But yes, to your point, that's a huge societal factor, and coming along at a time when the population is aging is just going to put greater strain on our societal resources. So that's why we really do need to go make some rapid changes, because there's going to be, you know, the population pyramids are going to change at both ends very dramatically. You know, there's going to be less younger people coming in, there's going to be more older people staying on.
Gareth, we've seen from your excellent presentation the different roles that you have done, and you're now back in education. What has been the most valuable lesson that you have learnt along the way?
I don't know, actually. Accounting.
Good answer. On that note, we're going to take a break for lunch. So before everyone leaves and runs out, James here is here to take some photographs. So if anybody here with friends, classmates, want to get photographs together, James is very happy to do that. Also out in the canteen, he'll be taking more photographs as well. If anybody's new here, prospective students, people that have been here some time ago, want to have a tour of the college, because it has changed an awful lot in the last number of years, there's campus tours going around about 1:30, 20 to 2. So let us know here at the front door here outside, and we'll bring you on that tour. So has everyone got their lunch voucher? Everyone's got their food? Yes. So if you make your way out to the canteen, use it all at once. You can't use it for a bottle of Coke and then something else. So use it all at once. Back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Back. Let's get a level of the energy. Woohoo! Okay, that's not very good. Let's get a level of the energy. Loving it. Friday afternoon, we have a brilliant speaker now that I'm going to introduce for you. She, of course, is a former student here and a former graduate. Olivia Lynch, she's a tax partner with KPMG in Ireland. So she qualified as a chartered accountant in 1995 and completed her ACA training contract with Gilroy Gannon in Sligo. She's a corporate tax partner with KPMG since 2003 and a member of KPMG's tax leadership and is the firm's head of tax markets. Over the years, she has led the firm in many areas such as real estate, private enterprise, M&A and the infrastructure tax practices. She has significant Irish and international tax experience, advising a wide range of public and private corporate clients and private individuals across a number of key sectors. So tell us more, I should say, about the role that she does. Please give a very warm welcome to Olivia Lynch.
Thank you, Grania, and thanks for everybody who did come back from lunch. I appreciate it. I know I'm on the graveyard shift, so note for the future. We'll finish up before lunch. So, listen, lovely to be here. Really appreciated the invite and delighted to see everybody. I haven't actually been back in the college since I left, which is kind of ridiculous. And if I'd known it was this big, I'd have worn my flats. So to get from the car park to here was a major expedition, tottering around in my heels. So God, it's just remarkable. The difference. The canteen was a much smaller affair, but no less important than it looked like today, and indeed the library. So look, thrilled to be back. And interestingly, Grania, as you were reading out my bio, and sorry for all the details, the bio, led me to the topic when Gary said, well, what do you want to kind of go by theme-wise, and Caroline? And I said, well, the ultimate passport, because what I would regard accountancy as having done for me is allowed me to do whatever I want, whenever I want it. Now, it happens that I've spent a huge amount of my professional career within KPMG, but more of that anon, and just in terms of how I've been able to reshape my role. And certainly I would say the training within the RTC at the time, within Gilroy Gannon, and all that early year learning really set me up for life. And I still pull on some of those things. So I suppose the message I wanted to kind of deliver today, and I've no slides, I didn't get that memo, so I'm just going to share my thoughts. So if I ramble, bear with me. What I would say the key message for anyone who's done accountancy or who talks about accountancy should be just the flexibility it gives you, both in terms of roles and geographies. And so many of my team over the years, I just am so proud of how they've been able to use their accounting skills in roles that, I never thought were possible. And to hear Garrett's talk earlier, just really inspirational as to what you can do with your core competency. And from when you look at what's happening now in the world in terms of the geopolitical issues, the economic challenges and headwinds we face now, I really think the role of the accountant is going to become more and more important. And what's really important now is you can see as accountants more and more, have leadership roles. It's not about the figures. So an awful lot of what accountants can deliver to clients and to the world is really off balance sheet. And all of the risks that many of our clients or businesses are facing now are indeed off balance sheet. So accountants have a voice, they have a place at the table, and I suppose we always need to use our elbows to make sure we retain that as the world evolves and is quite dynamic. But maybe I'm going to just share with you very briefly kind of my journey to where I am today, conscious of time, and then some insights. And again, I was saying to Alex, she's going to have to close her ears. Some of my insights will probably repeat a little bit of what Alan says, but certainly will have more of an accounting practice feel, given that's been my world. But I would say a lot of the principles apply wherever you bring your accounting qualification. So for me, accountancy was kind of quite clear. I loved it in school. I was educated with the nuns in the Ursuline, and they beat the tea account principle into me. And I'm there still when we're dealing with something particularly complex, and I'll always bring it back to my tea accounts. So they've always stood to me, and I have my team and my graduates sitting in front of me going, what is she doing? But if you don't know where the credit is from the debit, you can't go anywhere else. So for me then it was like, do I go to college? Do I stay at home? And the commencement course was just a really wonderful opportunity to stay in Sligo. I'm from Sligo. My mum wasn't well at the time, and it was just a no-brainer. And I've never really looked back since. It was probably the best decision in my life to preempt any question that's going to come at me on that. And I did all the milk rounds in terms of where I would go to train then. And I asked them at that stage, I said, what's most important? It really wasn't around commencement course or that type of thing, but what's most important? You know, your travel to get to a qualification or what you do with it. And resoundingly, everybody said, what you do with it. And find that was maybe more than 10 years ago, certainly a while back, but I think the principle equally applies now. What you actually, you know, do with your qualification after you have it with your core competency is the key. So I feel lucky to have chosen the commencement course. It did me well. I really enjoyed it. I had great experience. My brother had done it before me, so at least I knew what I was getting into. And I was lucky enough to get articled to Gilroy-Gannon at the time. Great bunch of people, really impressive portfolio of clients, and you know, I suppose the joy of being in a smaller firm per se. I know Gilroy-Gannon is a very strong, good firm, but versus say a KPMG where I am now, is that you really get into the weeds of knotty issues with clients at a very early stage. So a lot of what I learned in terms of business acumen and everything that went with business, I learned in Gilroy-Gannon, and I use those principles still today. So I have a lot to thank them for. And I suppose it explains to me the principle, you are never too young to learn and to take something from your experience. And as I say, I remember back to clients and things we sorted through that I'm working through with clients as of today still. I stumbled into tax actually through the Chartered Accountants exams. Really show my age now when I said I think it was Prof 3. And there was a tax exam, so I loved tax. And I had kind of dabbled with kind of law when I was in school. So tax was this wonderful hybrid of figures and legal principles. And you could be really creative. Well, certainly back then anyway, maybe not quite so much now. So I just actually, it's a very sad thing to say, but I really actually had great fun with tax and still do. So once my articles were up, off to Dublin I went, followed in my brother's footsteps. Interestingly, he went to KPMG, I went to PwC. And I started in a tax job there. And that was pretty interesting because I'd never worked in tax before. So that was really immersive. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, you know, all of a sudden I'd gone from, you know, being not really important, but I felt I really had a purpose within Gilroy-Gannon when I left. And then you become just a minnow in a big firm. And that's a really difficult transition. So I found it tricky because I had loads to say and I'm not sure anybody wanted to listen at that point. So I left. I got an opportunity to work for the Irish Tax Institute and I went out there as their director of training. And again, I suppose the one thing you'd say about me through my career is I never waste an opportunity. So while I think I lasted maybe about 18 months there, and I knew pretty quickly, you know, it wasn't going to be for me long term, but boy, did I squeeze every ounce of opportunity out of my time there. Made great contacts, was dealing with the highest echelons of government and revenue and way beyond my years and probably my expertise, but I winged it pretty well and that was good. But for me, I suppose it was really affirming because I knew professional practice was where my heart really was, sad and all as that is. So Anderson at the time lured me back to work with them. Then, you know, Anderson, you know, merged with KPMG, if that was the word for it, back in 2002. And then I suddenly realised that I was running out of firms to go to, so I better stay put. So I've stayed with KPMG ever since then, which is when I was preparing for this, I thought, God, that's really sad, but I'm going to go to the next page and explain why it's all worked out. And I got partner in 2003 as a tax partner, corporate tax partner. And I really generally have loved every minute of it. It's a hard working environment, but you know, I would say KPMG as a firm is very entrepreneurial. You know, it's a loose configuration of people who really just want to do what they want, and so long as it's ethical and makes money and respects your team and your clients, you're really kind of let loose. So that suited me down to the ground. So as Gráinne would have said, I've dabbled in countless sectors. You know, I've taken different leadership positions in the firm, and I've sought those out. You know, so it was a real mental struggle for me to stay in a role and to have stayed in one job, in one sense, for so long. So my priority throughout my career has been, and Alan I think alluded to this earlier as well, whenever I'm comfortable doing something, I need to change. Okay, so and I think that has really served me well. So, and I even apply that when I'm dealing with my teams as well, in terms of supporting them in their journey up the ladder, and say, if you can do something well, you shouldn't be doing it. You should be getting somebody else to do it, or you should be changing, moving gear, or changing what you're doing. And I think that's kind of a really important, just subconscious barometer to have in what you're doing, because it means you're always going to kind of be pushing yourself and trying something different. And again, I suppose it explains the flexibility of an accountant. There's not really much we couldn't turn our hand to. I would say as well, I'm probably the last of a dying breed in that specialising is the buzzword now in professional services. Clients need very specialist type input, and I don't want to specialise. I specialised hugely when I got partner in real estate, and we all know where that went to. So overnight, I ended up with no clients, and that again was difficult. So I respray myself constantly, and it puts an extra pressure on me, because there's no doubt the business world now doesn't want to know the technical stuff from me. They want to know on that, at that meeting, what does that mean for my business? So there's, I suppose I would say the business world takes an assumption that you have this base level of expertise, but what sets you apart is how you can apply that in a solutions way to a particular sector, to a particular client challenge. So specialising is probably good. So maybe I don't think my model will probably survive much longer, but maybe that'll accelerate my retirement. So just maybe a few observations then on my career, and I found this really interesting actually. I don't think I've ever talked about my career before. So when Gary and Caroline said, yeah, you just have a think and share your insights, and you can talk a bit about tax if you want, I said, okay, I'll do it then, So we will get to tax and Trump and tariffs in a while. But it's much easier to talk about tax legislation than trying to pull your insights from work. But a few kind of key things that I've noticed over the years. And I would say to everybody, especially the people who are more embarking on the career in the room, your career is your own. It's not mine to shape for you. It's not anybody else's. It's your own. So the key thing I would say to that is you always have to take your own initiative. Find out what floats your boat. Everybody is different, even if we're all accountants. And something meaningful for one person might be, totally disinteresting for another person. And I'd add to that then and say, just don't be invisible. You have a voice, you have expertise, you are where you are for a reason, and make your presence felt at the table. And how I say to my teams to apply that is, the word conclusion is banned in my group, because conclusion assumes, that it's maybe right, or that, you've got to the right answer, and it's too high a bar. So all I want to see is people bringing a view. Because I always believe if I have to have a view on something, I'll definitely know what the problem is, and I'll definitely know I've researched it to my ability, and I'll be able to bring myself to the table and share that view. So I suppose any graduate that comes in is looking at me all excited, and they get this avalanche of advice and leave the room saying, Jesus, she's intense. But anyway, they're kind of my go-tos, because if you think about it, people pay me and my team for our critical thinking, for our problem solving, and for clear communication. And that's really, if you have a view on stuff, you're more than halfway there in delivering on that, I think. Alan mentioned it earlier, big thing for me, seek out mentorship. It's hugely important, regardless of what stage of life you're at. And I would say as well, the quid pro quo is be a mentor, kind of give back. I'm certainly seeing more and more as well with our talent, that they want to seek out meaningful projects. They want to make a difference, and helping them is a huge part of what I do. As I said earlier, this idea of you getting out of your comfort zone and moving on when you can do something. And Alan said it as well, so we didn't compare notes, but we clearly are in the same stage of our career. My key role now is to replace me. And that's really important to have that as kind of a daily or a weekly mantra, to say, okay, what have I done to make somebody else as good as they can be, right? As opposed to what have I done to make me look good, or whatever it might be. And don't forget, all the time, curiosity is an accountant's calling card, with a good, firm, ethical compass. That is our magic sauce, in my view. One of the points, as I mentioned, in PwC, that was an interesting transition for me, and I really learned the power of perception when I went up there. So a bit like you, Gareth, I'd never done a farm account, but I arrived into this big Dublin firm, and on my desk was 5 boxes of farm accounts. So the perception of me coming from the country was totally different. And one of my managers at the time gave me a great line, said, the story you tell about yourself becomes the story others tell about you. So get out there and make sure that you lose that perception. And again, that's something I've kind of held to me along the years. So I would also say innovation, I mentioned creativity within the realms, is really important as well to our jobs. And I would say as well, as accountants, perfection is our biggest enemy. You know, I can see in my firm, we go out with solutions, we go out with ideas when we know they absolutely work. We should be going out when we know they 80% work and tease the rest out in a collegiate way with our clients. So we're out too late, in my view, giving views and sharing ideas. And reinvention, you know, my career now versus what it was back in the day, and even if I became a new partner now, everything's just changed so much. And if you look, you know, I always think sometimes we're like in these ivory towers when we're in practice, but if we look at how our businesses are doing, that's how we should kind of mirror that. And if you talk to a business leader, they'll say, I think the stat is 1 in 3 will say that their business will need to change pretty fundamentally in the next 10 years or they won't be viable. And it's no different as accountants as well. We just have to kind of keep up with the pace and the rhythm. And as accountants, you know, we breed leaders. And leaders breed more leaders as opposed to followers. And again, I think that's a really strong leadership style that comes with being an accountant. You want to create space for every voice, to create a team, but not a family. It's really important. I've learned that the hard way over the years. And no matter how brilliant any individual in your group is, or how brilliant you think you're going to execute your strategy, any solo run will lose out to a team approach. So team, you know, and creating those future leaders is really, really key. A client once said to me, a brilliant CEO, I thought said, in terms of his leadership style, he stabs in the belly and not in the back. And I said, how do you mean? And he said, well, everybody will know fast, flat, honest communication. And again, for my client, I learned that and I try and apply that in what I do. But it's kind of simple, but it's so true. So you really need to be very transparent in what you do. I'd say as well, for me, the most important thing is prioritising continuous learning. You know, and that's not just technical stuff, that's sectoral stuff. You know, make your world interesting. And for the students in the room, I'm really finding with our graduates, you know, and so many are leaving, and it's not just the allure of going down to Australia or New Zealand or whatever, but I think part of it is because when you're in, you do your leaving cert, you say, I'm going to do business. You do your degree or your qualification. Then you say, okay, I'm going to do chartered accountancy or whatever accountancy. You do that. Then you come to your end of your contract. And this is the first time they've ever had to make a decision. And the decision they feel has to be kind of pretty fundamental. And the decision they all make, whether they love practice or not, in my world, is that they leave. And I keep trying to hammering into people, actually choosing and making the decision to stay is a very viable decision. And these people are on the cusp of, you know, of doing great things in practice and really, I suppose, being able to benefit from all the experience they've got. And yet they feel, okay, well, I'm here now for years. I have to kind of go off and try something different. So just to encourage people to see the benefit of where they are, to maximise those opportunities as well. And what I would say, you know, some of the principles I use with my clients, I also use for my own career over the years. And one principle I found at some stage was the WIN principle. Some of you might be familiar with it. And I believe the New Zealand rugby team use it as well. And it's trying to break down either your life career or what you're looking at, your project at the moment is to, you know, what is not. So what you're not going to be able to change certain things, identify them, lock them away and just move on. You know, what is now? Okay, what do you want? You know, do a lot of soul searching to see what you want, what is needed. So how do you get there and what's next? So how do you implement it? And I use that equally with my clients when we're trying to build strategy, and I apply it loosely to myself and my family, which my husband loves, occasionally. And again, as well, I try and break down how I work with clients around the life cycle of the business. And I find that really, really good for my teams. So when we're talking about clients, we have to try and figure out, well, are they scaling? Are they mature? Are they near exit? And all of a sudden, it really just simplifies what looks like a kind of a boil of the ocean. What are we going to do for this client? So trying to just always put yourself in the shoes of where a business stands. And we heard earlier about the old adage, cash is king, key principle in my world, but also the fact that revenue is vanity, don't forget, and profit is sanity, right? So they're the key things we try and instill. And I would say, again, it was mentioned a bit earlier, like the disruptive megatrends we're all facing is not just big for the big clients, the big listed, you know, business. It affects, you know, all of my smallest clients as well, and possibly even more so. And, you know, with the questions that came earlier around technology advancement, I would be 100% sure that the world will always need informed human judgment. I look around this room, like that's what we effectively epitomise. So, you know, I definitely feel there's a strong role, and we should be leading the debate around this in terms of how we work, how we use technology, how we maximise efficiencies, because if we don't do it, our clients will certainly push it on us. You know, workforce composition will no doubt change, but let's be part of finding the solution to that and leading that to make sure we reshape and not wipe out. And there's loads of instances of kind of key, I suppose, points of change in the business world over the years, even the introduction of ATMs in banks, and everyone thought, oh my gosh, the bank teller will be gone. Not at all. You know, it was just the world, the world of opportunity became bigger because that work didn't need to be done anymore. And I really feel the same will apply here. But the fundamentals will endure, which is our world around the curiosity, the accuracy, the integrity, and the trust, and you can't get that from a machine. I do feel we're here to stay, which is good. So conscious of time, I know I'm clipping along pretty quick, but I might just then talk a little bit about the tax world, back to my comfort zone somewhat. Now, I was up in Cavan at a client workshop for the last day and a bit, right? So I feel I've been in a hole and came out and Trump had ruined the world. But anyway, so I might be slightly out of date because things are moving so quickly. But just to share some insights, and I suppose a few observations before we get into the Trump effect and tariff and tax in that way. But just to remind ourselves, you know, where is Ireland Inc. and where we're at now. So, you know, in the last 10 years, Ireland, as we all know, has been highly effective in implementing an international strategy, which was not just tax-borne. It was absolutely platformed as well on education and places like ATU and all these, creating, you know, the ability to deliver, you know, on skilled labour for entities coming in here. And I think the best compliment we could get is the fact that, you know, I think it was Trump's last economic advisor, not the one currently there, you know, called out we should do what Ireland did, you know, for the US. What better compliment? I was at an event on Wednesday evening with Christine Lagarde. She said the exact same thing. The EU should do what Ireland did. We should learn from how Ireland was able to turn a crisis into this really sensational opportunity. If you think about it, over the last 10 years, our tax receipts have doubled from a measly 41 billion to now over 100 billion. And that's even without the Apple payment of 11 billion. 4 record-breaking years post-COVID, I know very much firmly driven off the pharma industry, but that also has driven record employment. In the stats out this week, 4%, near full employment that we're all enjoying. CT receipts, when I looked at this, I actually to double check it, CT receipts in 2004, corporate tax receipts, were 5.3 billion. Post the crash, they fell just below 5 billion, say in 2014. 2024, 39 billion. And Q1 this year on corporate tax receipts alone are up 24%. So we're not in bad shape. I'm not saying there isn't an awful lot of headwinds coming at us, but we're not in bad shape. We do have to revert to a mean. The central bank is on record to say that we probably have about 15 billion of really vulnerable tax receipts that will be under pressure now. But, you know, I think it's time to double down on what we can control, which is our competitiveness, our infrastructure spend, our education system, keeping good people in Ireland where we can. So it's all about future investment. So maybe just to pause for a second and say, well, how have we got to being in the middle of this, I was going to use a different term, the storm with the US? And clearly the whole MAGA movement has associated trade surplus with putting really a pin on your back, and that's where Ireland has got to. At risk for us, we've about 72 billion of exports that go into the US, and 58 billion of those are from pharma. And it's just been exponential growth. So between 23 and 24, we've had a 34% Irish increase in exports of pharma into the US, so pretty strong. But the good news is, would you believe, of all pharma manufactured or dealt with in Ireland, 67% of it goes to places other than the US. So that's one positive. There's clearly a narrative out there, and Ludnick has said it, Ireland is effectively a tax scam. And I do think our politicians and our officials need to be out kind of stronger, just lose that point, because it's certainly not. Quite obviously proven by the fact that if entities now wanted to move their IP out of Ireland, they'll suffer 12.5% tax for the privilege. So, you know, we are not a haven, far from it. And you saw the Taoiseach in the Oval Office for Paddy's, which was great to get in there, trying to, but he had a moment, stress the importance that Ireland is to the US. We're the 6th biggest investor, would you believe, in the US. Per person, per head, we're bigger than China. Into US. We've got some really big companies, the likes of a Kingspan, CRH. Some of those companies employ people in every single state in the US. And I know he name-checked the likes of Ryanair, AerCap, all those with their Boeing investment. But look, we are in uncharted waters. I'm probably pleased, but yet concerned that there's no doubt the government has come out quite pessimistically, right? And they generally don't do that, so they're clearly worried as well. And we have about 10 billion left built up in the rainy day fund, supposed to build, I think, to 65 billion by 2035. But that was on the assumption of taking 0.8% out of GDP every year. And GDP now, the central bank is saying, is going to come down with 3.7% next year. So, all the metrics are kind of going the wrong way on us. So it is a time to worry, and I think Donoghue would have said, we have the capacity to lose half our pharma out of Ireland and up to 80,000 jobs in the next 5 years. So the shape of Ireland could be different. And you might say, well, Olivia, did you not hear there's no tariffs on pharma? The reciprocal tariffs, the blanket tariff of 20% that's come in for Europe doesn't apply to pharma, but it's coming. Something is coming from a sectoral point of view. In the executive order, pharma, semiconductors, lumber and copper, I think, are all mentioned in the same sentence, and we know they're all going to get targeted, so it's a matter of time. I do hear on Capitol Hill, I hear there's a huge amount of discussion going on with the pharma industry to try and explain why would be a bad thing for US consumers, so hopefully it'll be a little bit more rational. But tariffs don't work. You don't need to have done exams or to work in business to understand that. There's a reason they got phased out by the 60s, and for good reason. There's an outsized impact on consumers, and ironically, the best thing that could happen for Ireland is the US to collapse. And that is a feasible opportunity. Look at the markets this week. So that we've had a tumble on pensions, we've had a tumble on the stock market. So in reality, we're in a very precarious, or the US as well, is in a very precarious position. And this swell of support, and I can see why, because Bidenomics didn't work for business, didn't work for individuals. US voters are looking for somebody to do something. And Trump is on that wave. But all of a sudden, when those tariffs convert into inflation in the US and all that goes with it, and less in consumers' pockets, it may be a different story. So I had, maybe I'm wobbling on it, but I had a real view that by midterms in late 2026, this would all be over. I'm less certain on that now, but optimism is a key trait here. And if we look back at prior events, when the US and China entered into effectively a trade barrier scenario, can't remember when that exactly was, most of China rerouted its exports to the US via Mexico. Now, they clearly had to change their supply chain and how they processed and all that. But China didn't have to falter in how they exported to the US. They just had to change how they did it. And I've no doubt, there's greater minds than mine already looking at opportunities around how to manage the tariff process. But and one of the opportunities as well might be at the moment, it mightn't be losing investment out of Ireland because there's a lot of spare capacity in factories currently in the US. So you don't need a heavy lift. You might just do additional investment in the US. And moves now will make it very difficult for business to unwind. Once you put IP back in the US, it's damn near impossible to get it out again. So there's loads of other, related topics that will all come into play. But I think it was the IDA this week came out and said they've seen a huge drop in investment in Q1. So I think Ireland's goal should be to keep what it has, and there's no doubt that business is going to pause on big investments, and they're probably right to do that. Some would say, interestingly, that Ireland's biggest disadvantage at the moment is being part of the EU. Now that's twofold, and that's a provocative comment, so I'm not saying it's my view, but certainly Ireland being part of the EU minimum tax directive is going to be an impediment as the US introduced tax reform. And clearly, some of the retaliation that might come through in counter tariffs by the EU will no doubt target the tech and service sector, which hasn't had tariffs imposed on it. So from our point of view, we could feel the heat, more than others. So we're in a fairly precarious position because we're not fully in control of our own destiny. Having said that, I just heard on the radio coming down this morning, that if we had been looked at on our own by the methodology, which I utterly don't understand, that Trump has applied in calculating his little board of tariffs, Ireland would have had a double tariff. We would have been up at more 40% using that methodology. So being part of the EU has at least kept us at 20. And driving down today, I'd been in Cavan at an event yesterday. I came through the north, and don't forget the UK now has a 10% tariff rate. So already, I know a client was on yesterday. How do we get that? So there's going to be a change in probably supply chain, granular look at how we actually, work the tariff system as well, knowing that it's here certainly for the medium term. And I think that leads to the biggest question as to how long it's going to be here for. The concept that he has said around 10% baseline tariff rate suggests that there's going to be a 10% tariff more for the medium to long term. Whether he can sustain these ridiculous level tariffs, I think China's at 70% cumulatively now, is another question. He's got a 5 trillion tax cost of maintaining his 2017 tax changes. The tax bill that was announced on Wednesday is another 1.5 trillion of tax costs. Legally in the US, you're not supposed to use tariffs to balance your tax deficit or your trade deficit. So it'll be interesting to see if US Congress starts flexing its muscles, and hopefully they do, because it just doesn't add up. And the longer it goes, the more deeper they're going to get into it. But again, I suppose US tax reform, which would bring the rate down to 15%, and all that would go with that, is a problem for Irish businesses investing into the US. Interestingly, my last comment I would say is if you take a step back and you can see Trump is trying to, with his Liberation Day, protect and bring the US back to being a key manufacturing nation. A country like Ireland and all the businesses that are here, we still contract out loads of our manufacturing to low-cost jurisdictions. He seems to have missed that in the small print. And if you look back to Ireland's strategy, it's been around migration, education, tax policy. And the Trump administration is going the exact opposite direction in relation to education, which is literally decimating some of the programs over there, and indeed migration. So he's going the wrong way that we all know will lead to what his objective should be. And I suppose maybe to wrap up, from an accountant's point of view, in all this time of change, as I said earlier, there's just huge opportunities for us. The key is to stay knowledgeable and to stay, I suppose, present and necessary to our clients. So while it mightn't be our core area, understanding these things and understanding the principles from our client's point of view is really important. And also, dealing with stakeholders. So, if we have a voice, we should be using it to support government as well. And the IDA strategy, which I think is really excellent, it's really simple. Ireland is one business heretofore on the basis of being the easiest place to do business, or one of the best small countries to do business. And they want to pivot Ireland fundamentally to be the best place to innovate. And they want the R&D investment in Ireland which is currently about 1.7 billion from international investors, to grow to 7 billion in the next 5 years. And they're doggedly going to pursue that. And I just think that is an inspiring strategy and exciting to be part of that and see where it brings us. The advice I'm giving businesses, or we're giving businesses at the moment, was to move products before the tariffs came in, and that was all well done. The stress last week, or this week I should say, on logistics was unbelievable. I mentioned a granular review of supply chain, and that's not just to avoid the tariffs, but it's to make the tariff system work for you, bizarrely. A lot of legal work on reviewing documents at the moment to see where the cost of tariffs legally lands. Mightn't be where they end up commercially landing, but you need to start somewhere. And I suppose one of the bigger risks for Ireland is this concept of unbundling the product and the IP, and where do we end up in the flow on that, I think is important. But look, we know from an Irish experience, fortune favours the resilient. We've proven that time and time again. So maybe it's naively optimistic that I hand over to Gráinne now, but it is, it's about kind of grabbing the opportunities that we can control. And, our contribution as accountants, as I say, is way beyond the balance sheet. And I think there's loads of change, which accountants revel in, that we can help participate and have our voice in. So with that, I might hand over. Thank you for your time and a bit of a snapshot of everything. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a million for that. That was really informative, but scary. But yeah, it's just we're living in very interesting times at this moment. I'm nowhere pressed for time once more. I just want to open it up again to the audience. If anyone has any questions they'd like to ask Olivia when she's here. Michael, yeah.
Hi, Olivia, and thanks very much. That was a rapid tour through a complex landscape. I suppose just the one question I'd like to ask is, do you think that the experiences of the bust of 2008 and the experiences of Brexit have provided the level of resilience to deal with the current challenge, or do you think this is of a completely different order of magnitude?
I think our response will be of a different order. I don't think it could ever be as bad as the financial crisis, and our metrics are so much better. Like that was just so debt driven. We just had nowhere to go. So I think we're in a much, much better place, even from, the rainy day fund we had, the exchequer returns. And I think as a society, we're much better educated on what we all need to buy into. So you heard the Taoiseach on the radio this morning. He wasn't being definitive, but they are certainly putting the word out. The programme for government is a 5-year plan. Expected tax cuts, may or may not happen. So they're already talking about we have to cut our cloth according. But I know the narrative this week has been saying we're going into something similar to the financial crisis, and I think we are, but I think we're in much, much better shape.
Any other questions? Yep, at the back.
So I was wondering then, is there, I suppose, an approach that you take, either like a learning habit or a tool that you use to ensure that you're given a different approach, to ensure that you're given a different approach each time to, say, a solution for a client rather than going on co-pilot like you were kind of touching on earlier? So is there something that you find beneficial for you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And actually, I think even just being aware of that achieves an awful lot. So I would say the biggest thing I try and do with me and my team is just active listening. So, there's times I probably think I know the answer before I go into the room. And there are the times you're going to deliver least for a client, because you're imposing your knowledge as opposed to really listening and solving their problem. And the other thing I do is I just avidly read. So you can see some of the things I say there has nothing to do with tax, but just in terms of, my role now is as a business leader, I suppose, and my tax experience is taken as given. So what I can deliver is more, around the strategy, and to be able to do that, you just need to keep reading. You need to, know your business world and just know how best to approach things. So it's as a continuous learning. You never stop. Sorry.
Any other questions?
Unless I picked this up wrong during the week, Trump has announced setting up another external revenue service body. It sounds to me like a mafia shakedown. All these stars will come in. Do you know anything about that? Or is it actually legal over there?
I don't know about that. That's me being in my bunker in Cavan for the last 2 days. But I do know there's a lot of talk around him. Like, tariffs are supposed to be a national emergency measure. So, if the Democrats would wake up, somebody in the US should be taking this on, because he's abusing the tariff system. He's declared the US national emergency effectively, and that's his only way of being able to use tariff tools. So, there is a cohort that believe he's acting illegally. Now, that doesn't really answer your question around him setting up a body to oversee them. He could well have done, because I'd say the IRS wouldn't have nothing to do with it. Yeah, there's, and hopefully that will be a growing question mark. And I suppose that kind of goes to my question around, is Congress going to do something? They're certainly going to get concerned when we're talking about trillions, of missing tax revenues. And the money coming in from tariffs, I think Trump said yesterday, we'll use it to get back to the world and for infrastructure and all that. And that's all very good, but that's just a feel-good factor. At the end of the day, the books have to balance, and tariffs aren't included in that. So they'll give a justification, but they won't solve its whole.
Any other questions?
If Trump still, like you were saying there, do you think he's still going to be in office in 2 years' time? Or do you think what he's currently doing at the moment is going to come back and bite him?
Oh no, he's here for 4 years.
Or maybe more,
Well,
if he gets
more,
his way.
yeah. So the word in the street, he's going to put Vance in as next president, isn't it? He'll go as vice. Vance will get ill, and in goes Trump. Now that's not going to happen, clearly, but it's very interesting. It's like The Simpsons.
I was reading an article actually recently about that how it takes a lot of, I can't remember the exact wording, but to get the actual him to get in the next term is nearly impossible.
Well, at age he can't. So from an age point of view, he's precluded from running again. But like he did, like I know it's rhetoric, but this week he did say there's ways and means, right? So he either kills the president that comes in, or he does something with him. I don't know what. But I think it's highly unlikely. But the problem is, because the Democrats are so quiet in the US at the moment, there will be a mini Trump to fill the void, and no balanced view. So as I said, the only hope, really, in one sense, the world has. This is a terrible way to finish a Friday, isn't it? But the only hope, really, is that the US falls so badly, that people see the light. But I have really sensible US clients that are 100% behind Trump, because from a business point of view, they have gotten nothing, absolutely nothing from the last administration. So they had to look elsewhere. Now, I think, again, word on the street in the US is that some of the bigger companies have had to come to Jesus moment and realised, they got what they wish for or not. So there's an awful lot to play for, I think, in the next 2 years.
Is there any possibility that they will work?
That they will work?
For Trump in America?
No. I would be shocked. Yeah, I'll do an Alan on it from the question. Is there anything to change? Yeah, no, I just, nobody wins. Now, sorry, somebody will, relatively speaking, win. Right? So, will the US do better than say, a China out of all this? Possibly so, but everybody loses with tariffs. So the world order, I suppose the reinforcement of protectionism, all that he's now, it's effectively the breakdown of global trade and free trade. And free trade has served the world very well. This is where I'm going to start reading into, because I don't know enough, but back into pre-World War I and the Depression and all these things that came to pass, that's where we're going again with this type of behaviour. So it mightn't be, there will be a winner, but will everybody lose? Yes.
I don't think he cares about everybody else. I think it's just as long as America do well, he's happy. One or two more questions? Michael, yeah.
I think Trump's biggest enemy is across the border. Canada.
Yeah.
I think he's a guy who saved Ireland.
Yeah.
He's the guy who probably saved the world.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the Alaskan pipeline goes right through Canada. That he was switched off in the morning. Well, maybe not exactly.
And he threatened to do something a few weeks ago, and then he pulled back because Trump pulled back. But yeah, he does have cards. And I think it was Simon Harris actually during the week said, really, there shouldn't be a European response here. There should be a global response, because no trade bloc, like the EU is the biggest consumer trade bloc in the world, and we appear powerless at the moment. And the risk is then Ireland is on that coattail, and we're just into retaliative measures. And, I think the biggest disappointment, if you talk in government circles at the moment, is just the disdain Trump now holds the EU in, and, the visionary he sees as Boris Johnson. It's just, that's where we are.
I see there's some students here too, so I just want to ask about that. You were talking about using your qualification. In terms of advice, or what would you say to them and how they can maximise the potential of their qualifications?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say, and I didn't do this, right? My career is fairly predictable. I would say just take risks. When I was growing up, there were so fewer opportunities to use your qualification, especially in the world of tax. You just kind of became a tax consultant, and that was kind of it. Whereas now, honestly, you can do anything. So you just have to think big, and kind of take risks, and really just build on some of Alan's points from earlier to figure out what kind of your purpose is. And again, when I was growing up, your career was kind of for life. And now I see, and I dread when my kids come to this stage, because I'm still old school. Hopping around in a CV does not appear good to me, but actually the reality is that's the new norm. So, always be open, never get stuck in a rut. Use that principle I'm saying, if you know something, either move on or move up, or over or somewhere, you know. And then I think then you'll find what kind of floats your boat then. Yeah.
My dad has a great phrase. He's like, if you're not earning or learning, it's time to move on.
I might use that when I get
Yeah. I haven't used it all the time, I must say. I've started to use it a bit more. But any final questions before we let Olivia go? Yes?
Yes, so this is a good question. So some mentorship you kind of fall into, right? And they're more the kind of the huggable ones. So they're of use, but you know, you want really, like a true mentor doesn't tell you what to do, but challenges you. So how I did it was just identifying people in my wider circle, and that's another point actually I forgot to mention earlier, like your network is so important. So like I would spread the net wide generally. So I'm at an event and I'm sitting beside someone, I thought, my God, like that's a really interesting perspective. You know, and it's like an awful lot of the entrepreneurs I advise say the best thing they can do is surround themselves with people that are better than them or that do something different to them. So my litmus always on a mentor is to find somebody outside anything to do with me. And then they ask you the most ridiculous questions and start frustrating you. But actually they're good questions. You know, so, you know, if someone's unshackled by what's our kind of traditional view on life, that's the kind of people you want to be near. And that network idea, you know, if you nurture a network and you find a network of people, you know, who you want to be like, and they're already there, that's the best place you could ever be.
Yeah. A final question? The same question, yep. Does that answer it okay? Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. So, Olivia, thank you so much for that talk. We really enjoyed that. Give her a warm round of applause. So, we are coming towards the end of the day. So, don't go away. I have 5 goodie bags to give out. I'm going to pick the 5 people that asked brilliant questions. So, don't rush out yet. And I'd like to invite John Gaynor, who is the Programme Chair of the BA Honours in Accounting, just to conclude the day for us. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could all sit down for another just 1 or 2 hours, I promise I'll keep it very short. Today was a celebration of 54 years to be exact, of accounting excellence being delivered here in Sligo. And it started in 1971 with one of 3 colleges that signed an agreement with Chartered Accountants Ireland, and it has thrived ever since. We have amazing stakeholders. We have built meaningful relationships with Chartered Accountants Ireland, CPA Ireland, who are now part of Chartered, ACCA and SEMA, with the wonderful employers nationally, locally and overseas, both through practices and in industry. And it's wonderful to see so many people back here today, retired staff, current staff, graduates, current students, some who are still here. I don't think we'd ever see our students here on a Friday afternoon at this time, but we did. Members of professional bodies, invited guests. I'm not going to go through everybody, but thanks, Grania, for expertly chairing today. You did an amazing job. It's a great thing that you did. Last year we had Tommy Gorman doing something similar. Sadly, he's no longer with us, but well done. Brilliant. Thanks to Alan, who couldn't be with us for the rest of the day. He has assured us he'll join for a glass of wine at 7 o'clock this evening. Thanks to Alex for travelling from London and making us all so jealous of all the amazing places that you visit. And Gareth with his fabulous story and telling me that I'm going to live to be 100, or I have a chance anyway. Thank you, Gareth. And following lunch, Olivia, it's never easy going on after lunch, but you did great, and thanks very much. Just to thank a few people before we finish up, our sponsors, because they are important. So, Chartered Accountants Ireland, Chartered Accountants Northwest Society, ACCA, Thrive, and last but not least, ATU. They didn't just sponsor us financially, but we got great support from the management team and from different divisions. Thanks, Marie Moran, for sticking with us and for being here today. And it was a team effort, but just singling out one person, Caroline McNulty, led on this. So thank you, Caroline. Not much more to say, only to hope you enjoyed the day. It's about the audience, really, and I think it was great. It was a varied programme, very interesting, very enjoyable, and please join us this evening in the Yates building at 7 o'clock for maybe some good company and a glass or two of wine. Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you, John. So we have 5 goodie bags. Caroline, I don't know, will I just pick out some people that ask questions? I'm not going to say they were all brilliant questions. So I think I'm just going to pick a few people.
I'll do these after.
Oh, yeah. So, Michael, you asked a few questions there. Do you, Michael? Yes? So I'll give you a goodie bag. Give him a round of applause. I don't think you're going to become very rich with this goodie bag, but you're very welcome. Let me see. Anne-Marie, yes? I go ahead. This gentleman here behind Michael, what's your name? David, you asked a few questions too. I'll give you one, Anne-Marie. Yes. Very welcome. Now, 2 more left. Any takers? Anyone asked any questions? And the final Mala. Anybody here? Alan asked at the back. Very good. So you see, it always pays to make sure you ask your questions. Don't be shy. So well done. Enjoy what's in the bags. So yeah, John, you have another presentation to make?
Last piece, yeah. Just as a token for our 3 guest speakers. So can I start, ladies, first with maybe Alex? Olivia? Caroline has a code here. It's a little love heart on the ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gary.
Well done. And thanks to Paul and James as well, who did all the sound and did all the work for us to do. So thanks a million, lads. And the team as well up there. They did a great job. So Sinead, 7 p.m, Yates Building in Sligo Town. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Thanks all for coming, for your attention, for your questions, and to all our guests. And to next time from all of us here, Slán, and take care. Safe home.